Good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, August 19th, and it is day 16 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Let's get to it. All right, the stream has not yet started. We are watching Court TV, waiting for it to start. Good morning, everybody. So I'm just dying to know if Reddington is going to make like a loud motion for a mistrial. And you know, I've been thinking about it. That shit the non-bow wearing lady did with the band and with the questioning of La Posada saying there is no evidence in this case that those knots were tied. There's not a stitch. There was no testimony about this. That is so extremely like she is the most I can't even make words about how unethical she is. And that is misconduct. That is presenting false evidence. That is, asking questions there's no good faith basis to, but not only that, that it is in direct contradiction to the evidence in the case. And, she should have to, under the law, fix that. She has a legal, ethical obligation as a prosecutor to correct false statements of facts that now there was no false evidence admitted. So maybe it's slightly different because the witness didn't testify to it. But she asked the questions. And it's just like between everything, I feel like this judge needs to, for lack of a better word, well, I'm not even going to say it, just like admonish her. How about that? Publicly admonish her. He needs to take action. He absolutely, positively needs to take action. I mean, maybe he heard so much shit. I mean, I don't know how if the judge is not seeing anything or no one's talking to him, like there's no evidence about the bow. She is showing that she is too unhinged and biased to handle this case. She does not have the mindset to handle this case. That is what she is proving with her off the rail questions, with her misstatements of fact, with her continuing to say things and then pretend she doesn't say them. Even the judge at some point was like, well, I mean, you are at the very least strongly inferring this wasn't a real suicide. You did put on evidence that it wasn't a skeleton crew and that she got the damn best treatment anyone's ever, this side of whatever when she was inpatient. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I didn't get a good night's sleep, though. I was like fighting the urge to get up and research how, asking questions that contradict the evidence intentionally, knowingly, whateverly. Okay? Asking questions that completely and totally contradict the evidence in order to impeach a witness is so improper, is such improper impeachment, so as to dictate that this prosecutor cannot ethically handle this case. Take second chair, sit the fuck down, let Bo Lady stand up until she does the same thing. I mean, I think all of the most offensive things happened from non-bow-lading. Is that Buckingham? Because I'll tell you, I never really took the time to get their names down, to be perfectly honest. Wow, we got a bunch of new members. We got Sax, we got Carol, we got Anita, We got Quartz Cat. We got Daly's mom. Well, welcome all. And as my husband likes to give, family hugs. But I appreciate the support. Love it. Love it. Love it. Shannon, thank you. Zimmy already gifted memberships right out the gate. Thank you. Love the jewels. We got Fancy. We got AG Curly. I don't know. Let me see what you guys are saying. But I feel like I'm very okay. Thanks. So Kim's given me how to get the names right. Bo Buckingham. What's the other woman's name? Oh, Sprague. Okay. Thank you, Kelly. Is non-Bo Peep. Okay. Sprague. Sprague needs to go. Like the court needs to find that she has seriously jeopardized the ability of this defendant to get a fair and impartial trial in that courtroom. She has mischaracterized the evidence repeatedly. She attempted, like I just said, to impeach a defense witness on false evidence, on a misstatement of the evidence. How can this not be of like the utmost? It's like, this is the thing about me. I see this kind of shit in micro versions all the time. And somehow I still and always get up in arms. It's like you'd think you'd be like, well, she's got to be numb to that by now. They're all pulling that kind of shit. I still, even in like, I've always said it. Like every time it happens, I say, you'd think by now I wouldn't get so up in arms. I wouldn't be so surprised. I'd just be like, oh, there they go again. But I can't help it. Can't help it. You know? Another new member, the stay-at-home juror. Love it. Love it. I don't know. Here's what I want to do. I want to talk about the state's case and what has been obliterated to date, regardless if they just keep pretending it's not obliterated. Like Bob said, well, this is the horse they rode in on. It's the one they're going to ride out on. Okay, Lindsay Clancy is manipulative and controlling. Okay, okay, I don't even need to say shit, right, on that one. Lindsay Clancy could not take the stress of motherhood and like she didn't even like one of her children or two of her children, making it seem like the middle child was just so much for her. She didn't even like him. And, she did get frustrated at Christmas. She was pill seeking. Okay. I mean, again, I don't have to say shit, right? She called a lawyer the first thing when she woke up from the hospital. Okay, that's now been obliterated. She was wearing a cuff. When you wake up wearing handcuffs, I think the thought is, and you can't call anybody, and you can't see anybody. No one's allowed to come in. You're not allowed to call your mom. You're not allowed to call your husband. You're not allowed to see anybody. You haven't heard from anybody, and you're just laying in a bed in a handcuff. You know what? I can't imagine a single soul on earth, well, in the United States, because I don't know the rights in all the countries, and when you get lawyers, that wouldn't be like, well, I guess the person I need to call is a lawyer. Plus, she knew what she did. So, I mean, is it up to you to know? Well, I have a legal defense, so I'm not going to think to call a lawyer after I just unalived the children and I'm sitting in a bed in a handcuff. All right, what else do we got? That she beat the kids, basically, or dragged them so violently to their final moments that they got all bruised up, that she slid down the side of a house like Spider-Man, that she stood over her children for 10 minutes for time that doesn't exist, or in any event that the kids, it's hard to even say the words actually, had to struggle, and that she had to apply this continuous with her personal physical strength, apply this pressure. She did it with her own expert. Her own expert says no, she would not have needed to do any more. If they weren't resuscitated, come point whatever that expert said, then there was no chance of living. If they were not resuscitated, there was no chance of living. Without medical interception, there was no chance of living. This is what her own expert said, that she tried to impeach. I think it was the same one. Was that also, you said Sprague, right? I can't remember. And some of you guys are like, I don't know. You're Wonder Women and men. I know there's a lot of men out there that keep good details too. But who is the one? What was I saying? Oh man, I wonder if perimenopause symptoms come in, if they wane and wax. Because I'm telling you, Sprague, that I've had a really worse week this week. I don't know what's going on. It seemed like they were getting better. So what was I saying? What was the one that I wanted to know? Was she the one that was asking the question? Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Okay, they do, you guys are saying. All right, that's good to know, because I'm crazy. Nikki says they do worse when you're tired, which I am. All right, so let me just think about this. What was the last question I was saying? Which prosecutor asked it? Or which prosecutor was the one throwing that out there? Yeah. All right. Whatever. You guys get it. You guys get it. Vague Sprague. Thank you. Thank you. Vague Sprague. The mortal sin was Sprague, wasn't she? Wasn't it? Which one said mortal sin? I thought it was Sprague. Sounds like egg. Boy. Wow, now this is multitasking. MD, now I'm also dyslexic. BMD Nut X2 says, trying to decide if I can listen through earbuds at the movie, take my grandson to see the new Spider-Man movie. I mean, I think you got to watch on replay, but if you can do it, you can do it. Oh, the Bo lady said, Buckingham Fuckingham, love it. That one's sticking with me. So Fuckingham said, except I don't want to get issues with, I'll save my fucks for when it matters. Buckingham is the one that said the mortal sin. So maybe you can't combine those two. As far as the same prosecutor. So now I want to go back. They are both horrible. Like I know. Yeah, Duckingham. I was just looking to, one of you guys just said that they're both horrible, and I was going to highlight it, but now I can't find it. So, but I was trying to compound the atrocities of yesterday into one that should be taken off the case mid-trial. I mean, she should have to sit down and shut up. But it was, I guess, both of them. But I do not care. There needs to be something more today. I am unsatisfied. I'm not going to be satisfied until they get an equivalent to the slap on the side of the head, a slap on a side of their heads by this judge with y'all fucking up. Y'all fucking up. I think it is a mistrial. And I just want to explain, because I know not everybody's listening at the same times every day. Who's listening today might not listen tomorrow. I've been very clear. I do not think that Reddington should seek a mistrial that would allow this case to end in a mistrial where double jeopardy would not attach, meaning that they'd be allowed to retry her because he's winning. in my estimation. It is the best damn case that could ever be presented. So for that reason, it's like, why do it again? That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that he ask that the judge enter a mistrial contingent. Okay, so but only if you make a legal finding on the record that this was intentionally done, both of the things that we're talking about right now, the two primary things about trying to impeach the expert with facts that are contrary to the evidence, literally false evidence, trying to impeach a witness with false evidence. Two, trying to make religion either impact the witness's testimony, okay? Trying to pressure a witness into testifying in your favor with religion, and or have the jury detest the defendant more based on religion. Okay, that those were intentional acts. I mean, neither can be seen as unintentional. I don't care if Sprague says, "Oh, I just forgot." I just forgot that Patrick Clancy said he had to untie him, that he took them off, that they were tied like a shoe without the bow, that he had to unwrap them. Whatever it was, she fucking lied in her question to La Posada, that these were intentional misconduct by the prosecutors in order to goad this defendant into seeking a mistrial. In such case, double jeopardy would apply. Now, what I don't know, because, well, if he asks it like that, okay, he's not just asking for a mistrial. He's saying, I only want a mistrial if Your Honor is going to find that this was prosecutorial misconduct, intentional to goad the witness, the defense into seeking a mistrial, because, I should add this, because the prosecution knew its case was weak and deteriorating in front of their eyes. I think that's all part of it when I look at the research. This case is spot on. What does the court look at? Was it evident to the prosecution that they were losing their case? Did they have a relatively weak case that was deteriorating in front of their faces? Yes, 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 and yes. And was it intentional to get her to seek a mistrial? And the only inference that can be drawn from that is yes. Now, I say all this on the back of my screen, and look, this isn't like an easy burden to reach, but there is no harm in asking for it. Now, would there be a harm in just asking for a mistrial and not knowing? So that's why I'm saying you say to the judge only if, because I think I'm winning. I don't want a mistrial so you can retry my.
Yes, please.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Dennis Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shoutout.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. Before we get going, we may have a little bit of a delay actually starting at this point through no fault really of anyone. So I just kind of wanted to come out, so maybe we go sidebar, talk about what the schedule is, and just so everybody's aware that we're trying to get this moving. So, Counsel?
Here's the thing, okay? I'm just going to do this with me because then I forget, and y'all are telling me, hey, we can't see the witness. Allie, can you make yourself, get to the side, lady. I got really excited. I got so excited. This little tinge of, they're going to take up a motion. He's going to do something. This sounds like it has nothing to do with this case, whatever it is he's discussing right now. All right. Martina Vibrant is feeling a lot like me, and I assume a lot like you guys out there. I'm definitely not bloody feeling satisfied. I wish I could do a British accent, but I can't. I tried when we were in England. Cam and I were, it was funny. It was funny. Like there was some, well, whatever. So that vulgar bow witch makes me sick. Yeah. Michael has said it best. I need Bob Alessi energy from Red this morning. Yeah, on this motion, on this issue. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I love Red's energy, but I get your point. Like Alessi would be like drilling with all the cases, with all the outrage, with all the, you know. First, I'm going to tell you this, and this. Have it very structured. I still get pissed off about how the judge told him, "Can you not tell me what you're going to say before you say it and just say it?" Like, shut up. You don't dictate how a lawyer argues. Obviously, he's been doing this a long time and that's his style. But sorry, I digress. Kate says, "I'm confused why they're blaming the family. Pointing fingers at someone other than defendant seems opposite of their job." Yeah. Yeah, and here's the thing, this is why I keep saying they have no social awareness. They literally, it's like they live in a bubble and cannot see outside of the bubble, because I think what they're trying to do is say, "She was fine. What are you talking about? Grandma didn't step in and try and get her committed. Dad left," you know? And, you know, the whole, like, who should take blame? Is Lindsay accepting any blame? Not legal blame. You know, I'm talking about from a juror's perspective, is why I thought it was from a legal perspective, at least at first, that a lawyer might say you shouldn't leave the room, because regardless if you're criminally responsible, like, this happened and you don't want to be seen as like you can't face what you did, even though you couldn't control it, type of thing. I don't know if I'm explaining it well. And I worry, as I brought up yesterday, might the jury be sitting back there saying, well, if she had heard voices before that day, which it seems the defense is implying that she did hear voices before that day and didn't say anything, as opposed to the intrusive thoughts became an external commanding, compelling voice for the first time on this occasion. Like, I still don't know, and I suspect we'll hear about that today, that had she, instead of searching the map to determine how long it was going to be, because she didn't want to be alone long and she was scared to be alone, which I've said before, like, why not just say to your husband, "Hey, I'm afraid to be alone. I'm actually so afraid that I just checked the map to make sure that I could wrap my mind around how long you're going to be gone." Now, again, I have said that I also think that there's like this denial where you're thinking, all right, I've got this under control. Yes, I'm scared. Yes, it's, but I've been dealing with this, and obviously I'm not going to actually act on it. That can get explained by these witnesses that we're seeing here. But that the jury, could they take those things and say, she is still to blame? She wasn't honest with her doctors. We all know why she wasn't honest, right? She should have said something. Don't leave me alone. If she had just said something, her kids would be alive. It's my hope that jurors can separate that, because it is separate for the purposes of the law and the task that the jury is challenged with, because it's not to determine, did you do stuff that caused your mental, that worsened your mental disease or defect, such that you were not able, you're not criminally responsible. That's not in the realm of things they need to consider. How your state got so bad is not part of the legal analysis here. And you know what? How we know, like, that's true. Like, I mean, we know it's true, right? But is the jury instruction that we read, that even if the if something you did, the alcohol and the drugs worsened your mental disease or defect, if you had no reason to know, they would worsen it to that extent, or they would worsen it, you're still not criminally responsible by Massachusetts' own jury instruction. So it's important, like, And I'm imagining it's like fly on a wall that there will be people making.
All right, so at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to be in recess, and we'll come back as soon as we can in regards to this. We'll resume the trial at that time. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Oh Lord, you guys. You got a motion? You got any papers filed? You got any papers in front of you? You're waiting to make some big, strong argument. All right. Well. So going back to what Kat said, though, because you make a really good point, and it goes back to them living in a bubble. They're the only ones that don't see that what they're doing is pointing fingers. I think, I don't know. It's so hard to get into these women's brains because they're making no sense. They're just, I mean, Leanne says little Bo creep. Little Bo creep. We got some more members. This is amazing. Sherry or Cheryl or Sherry Lackey. Sorry. I'll just take Marilyn Price. Welcome, guys. Family hug. Melissa, point of view, POV says, both have been horrific. Bo was awful to Patrick's mom, and the other was so hostile to Dr. L. So angry and unprofessional. Yeah, like I said, I was hoping you could compound both the horrors of yesterday into one person and tell them that they can no longer take part, that they have to sit there silent the rest of the fucking trial. But I'm saying shit that's, I want to happen in my head, I guess. David says, thanks for the impassioned and sympathetic coverage. Watching along from Edinburgh, Scotland. Oh my God. The pronunciation during the trial. Oh, for the test. And maybe now I'm saying it wrong because someone said it was Edinburgh, I think, or Edinburgh. I don't know, but let us know in the regular chat, and I'll try to slide over after I get through these and look at it. Bailey B says, this is not about Lindsay Clancy sitting here in court. This is about the Lindsay Clancy in January 2023 Commonwealth opening. Huh. Yeah. Right. No social awareness. Like literally. Lana says, if I woke up in cuffs, I'd call our vape queen to represent me. I mean, I have to say, I was really hoping we'd get started because I didn't get any water or coffee. Sitting here dehydrating, wishing I could sip this like little bit of coffee from yesterday. But it's got a little splash of cream in it. So, or not, well, a cream equivalent, basically. Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. Kelly Steffi says, I asked on my ex who was given info about postpartum depression at the hospital after delivering, and I have almost 100 comments, and most are no, it's scary. I was thinking about it today, and I'm like, how many other mothers did this happen to whose mental health should have been taken more seriously? Because obviously we as a society are like, oh, no. She killed her babies, all her kids, like Smith, and then she made that excuse about a black man took the car and put it in, and that up and done. And you're like, all right, now you're blaming random black people. Like, and I think there was more. So Smith's probably like the worst example. I don't know. I don't know anymore. But like, is it possible that you could feel compelled to act or be in some sort of psychotic state, do it, stand there and be like, oh shit, what did I just do? And then make up some wild excuse, because you do that and you're done for. That's consciousness of guilt. That's contrary to every insanity statute in the states. You know, it's a shame. It's a real shame. You know, Magical Mary, welcome, welcome, family hug. Milky Joe says, Bo Lady asked poor grandma if M is a mortal sin. She is disgusting. Yes, thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks, Bully Dog. We also have, did I say Sashes? Smashes Sashes. Welcome, new member. Love it. Love it. Make sure. All right, let's see. Bob did send, I think there was nothing that like compelling in what I was sending. I mean, he's been practicing a long time. I'm actually sure he knows all that. I just kind of get excitable. I thought there was something more in Massachusetts, like even above the the uh the United States Supreme Court. So my idea of make the motion contingent upon, I don't know if it's all that, if it's something he didn't think of or not. But yeah, Bob did let him know. So, or maybe let his son know. I don't know, because we also talked about not bugging him. Like he doesn't need some other lawyer's idea. But Julie Jensen gifted 5 Defense Star memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Jägermeister says, do they realize blaming Lindsay hasn't won them anything, and they're turning their sights on the family? Thank you, as always, your insights and rants. Yeah, I mean, it would do them no good, right? Because they're not being tried. But what could be more egregious? Bob the Goat Alessi. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. I need that. I need some shit like that right now. Kai San says, I love bows and wear them often. Dislike her, not the bow. All right. Okay. GA Hello Kitty, new member, welcome. Family hug. Kate Tutino. Kate Tutino, probably. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Lady Jane gifted a membership. Thank you. Jenny Lulu says, I was sick with Lyme disease, but didn't know it until I had intrusive thoughts that brought me straight to the ER. They are serious warning sign. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, it's hard. It's scary. Cynthia Marks became a member. Welcome. Welcome. I'm so excited. We're getting all these new members. This is so awesome. Hey, if you're out there on X or wherever else, I don't think there's anyone else other than YouTube, and you have not yet subscribed, it's free. Oh, my dog just barked. But I was like, did I leave him outside? But I didn't. I know I didn't. He just probably saw some out the window. I'm going to be right back. Be right back. All right. So no, my dog was. I go down. He looks at me. He's just relaxing on the couch. He's like, "Wasn't me. I think it must have been a neighbor's dog." But I did get my water, so I feel better. So Cynthia Marks, welcome, family hug. So anyway, I was staying, so excited to get all these new members, and I'm like hoping a bunch of you hop over to YouTube. You just have to minimize that like chat and hit subscribe. All right. So JK Beans says fully support Lindsay for a number of reasons, but I don't love the affirmations sign for the jury on the defense table. Thoughts? I don't think he's thinking about it. I think that that's going to be evidence that he's introducing at some point. I think that's why all that is there. And unless it is like a support box for her. If it's a support box for her, then no, that would be horrible. And I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I think it's like a memory box. Like, because he's got photo albums there and stuff. So I think there's going to be a witness that goes through all of those. But you're not the first person that said that. Somebody said it before. Like that the whole people were talking about it. Appreciate your generosity. Kare today. It seems like the Commonwealth wants to punish the family by feeding conspiracy fire. I don't know what they want to do. GA Hello Kitty gifted 10 Defense Diary memberships. Well, thanks for your generosity and welcome to the people who received it. Amy, welcome. Welcome. Family hug. Annalise, New Zealand, says, imagine if defense is submitting a motion for a mistrial and gets granted today with prejudice. The jury would be like, what the F just happened? Yeah, for sure. Hey, what up, doe? What up, doe, Ice fan? Thank you. Exhibit Alley says, absolutely love your passion and insight, Allie. Well, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Shine on, Crazy Diamonds. Like music plays in my head every time I say your name. Hey, Defense Diaries. I sent you an email yesterday with a comparison of how the Lindsay Clancy case would have been handled in Germany. You said you were interested in something like that, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me see if the email sent by Mr. I got to get emails forwarded to me by Tracy or Bob. But yeah, Bob and I really both wanted to do that. And we did talk about, getting, friends, content creators from different countries, law tubers from different countries together on a stream to kind of discuss that. And, I really do think, I don't know why Reddington didn't push a little bit, because I do think the fact that other countries take this more serious shows how serious it is. This being mental health onset during postpartum, and I just don't think that they knew where he was going with it, and that's why the objection came. And maybe the judge was like, wanted to hear on the side, like, where are you going with it? But I think where he was headed with it would have been very much relevant. And I wish he would have kept going. Sorry, I'm you guys can probably hear me like gulp. When the trial's going on, usually like I mute myself. So sorry. Peachy Mum, welcome, new member. Shine on you crazy diamonds, new member as well. Family hugs to you both. This is exciting. What a fabulous morning thus far. Casey, DA clearly selected 2 female prosecutors thinking it would land better. Absolutely. But for me, it's had the total opposite effect, as with, I think, everybody, because these two women are wretched. They're just so wretched. They are the ultimate mean girls. It's like, I don't know what they are. They're wretched, though. They're wretched, unethical, wretched human beings. Like I said yesterday, no fucking integrity whatsoever. Like, I'm starting to get heated up again just thinking about it. I need like my thirst for blood quenched with this whole situation. I need it addressed. I need to know it's addressed. I need like someone yelled at least. But I felt that way in Karen Reed. Like, why is no one being disciplined? Why is no one on the bench up in arms? Like, how fucking dare you bring an inverted video into my courtroom, present it to this jury, and have a witness testify that it fairly represents what happened that night? How dare you? But no, grave concerns. We heard grave concerns. We know they can have grave concerns. They just can't seem to have them on the other side of the table. You know, they just can't point the finger at the prosecution. But this shit they pulled here is more blatant. It's more blatant. Like a judge wants to close their eyes, like, oh, they didn't realize it was inverted. Oh, mistakes happen. Oh, he did this, he did that, whatever, you know. Oh yeah, mistakes happen. But the two things that happened yesterday, and I know there's a ton of them more, but those are just the two things stuck in my head, you know, from yesterday, are so black and white, no ifs, ands, or buts. What was it? The most egregious shit that prosecutors can do right in front of his eyes. And you know, with her, if they're like, okay, well, she forgot. She forgot that the witness testified. The judge might be like, you know, I kind of forgot too. I thought maybe something. I don't know. I don't know. But when you put that shit together with everything they've been doing, it says one thing. It says unethical, unconstitutional, unconstitutionally infringing on her right to a fair trial, her right to an impartial trial, her right to unbiased, you know, people. I'm really trying to bring my I'm trying to regulate. I mean, I'm trying to get right over it as soon as the trial day starts and it doesn't happen. I'll be like, you know, and if something's happening sidebar, that doesn't satisfy us. Don't they know we need to hear this? But to be perfectly honest about it, and not just like my selfish need to hear it, the public needs to hear that the bench won't stand for shit. There is, and that is something that has been recognized in the courts, from every state court to the United States Supreme Court, that the appearance of impropriety needs to be quashed. The public needs to trust the system. The public can't trust the system when it looks like everybody's just turning a blind eye to extreme unconstitutional actions by prosecutors on such a public stage. Like, to have that shit go unaddressed is to just thwart any respect for the law that the public has, any faith in the law that the public has, any faith in the system. The public needs to believe in the system. The appearance of impropriety cannot stand. And this is way more than an appearance. Okay, this is some downright impropriety. Okay, of the worst kind. I say the worst, but I'm prone to exaggeration. And obviously, like, planting evidence and shit, like, there's worse shit that could happen. But you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You feel me. You feel me out there. Rexy and Mama Bird and Brenda and Bully Dog. Thanks for Jules. Love the Jules. Sonia says, would be lovely if Reddington in closing said something like, the Commonwealth said the bands weren't tied when Pat said they were. Oh, that's happening. There's no fucking chance that that's not happening. Guess they forgot. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Oh, I see what you did there. That would be amazing. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be problematic probably too, though. But that would be so amazing if he could do that. So I'm trying to remember, was it Karen Reed? There was a trial that we watched. Maybe it wasn't Karen Reed. I think it could have been Karen Reed or one of the Vallow trials or like that really good prosecutor in Georgia. Well, anyway, I'll tell you guys what they did and you can tell me where it happened. So I'm over here at the real chat, the live chat to see what you all tell me back. But where the prosecutor literally took, which I thought was outrageous at the time. Outrageous because when a jury wants to get a playback, that can't happen. But she took clips of people's testimony and played it back during closing. Like that happened in a case somewhere, right? I know I'm not that crazy. Is my husband in here? I'm going to wait because I know you guys are going to start. Someone's going to answer me. There's a lot of you out here and y'all know your shit. In the meantime, so it was not Karen Reed. Played her interviews. I remember that. Could it have been the ballerina one? Maybe. Let's see. Anybody's given me an answer. Georgia. No, it wasn't Faust. No, definitely wasn't Faust. What? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Lauren. I mean, my husband should know that. I'll text Lauren and Bob together. Hey, someone in chat just said that, Lauren, you said there are rumors that this is about a mistrial or something about a mistrial, ... And maybe we should do something together while my husband's not here. See, I always use voice recognition. Bob's like, you need to stop. You need to stop. Because it makes no sense. This makes no sense what I just sent her. And he's like, why don't you use the voice texty memo? Not the voice text, the voice memo. I don't know why I don't use it. Oh, here's my husband's texting back. That Lauren did. Oh, I see why he thought it was you, was him. Bob says, I think a juror had car troubles. Where is Lauren? Maybe she's like in, I mean, she could be in any given courtroom right now. I don't think Lauren's in, wait, Lauren's not in Mass. Okay. Okay. We'll wait. We'll see. All right. I'm still waiting to see if anybody. That's the update. Bob has stated the judge said nothing other than there will be a delay. We heard that, right? I know it's one of you out there is answering my question. Maybe not. Maybe I'm making this up. I really have a strong memory of this happening. All right, but is that accurate? Was it Corey Richards? I don't think it was. Was it? Bob doesn't know. Could it be? I do know Hank was playing Karen's interviews during Karen Reed, but this was most assuredly, I thought, like the prosecutor playing back witnesses who, like, in her closing, their testimony at trial. It might have been Donna Adelson. I just don't remember. I don't think it was Rick Allen. People don't remember that. No one knows. All right, I'll move off of it. And then I'll think about it later. Okay. All right. I kind of like wish that I could get Tracy. Do you want to help me with chat? Because it's so much easier when it's Bob and I. Like one of us is looking at the supers, and one of us is looking at somewhat like one of us will see a chat, the other doesn't see. All right, I'm back over in the supers, so I can't see y'all. Can't see the chat. Danny, thank you. Kim Young says, your daughter is the perfect mix of her parents. She looks like Kate Beckinsale, only more beautiful. Well, now I'll have to look that up, who that is. I'm the worst with pop culture. That's why I need a Lauren Conlon in my life. So intelligent to boot. Well, thank you. Thank you. She is a joy. Polly Claire, husky. Yeah, like my dog, partial. Thanks for the jewels, Paul, as well. Oh, another new member. Reptiloid, humanoid. I'm butchering it, but love it. Love it. Lindsay Wohan, word on the street, for whatever it's worth, is that Patrick Clancy is taking the stand today. Thoughts? If so, no word back from Conlon. What is Scoop, as my husband calls her? I'll ask Bob. People in the chat are saying word on the street is Patrick Clancy is taking the stand today. Did you hear anything? So if so, I'm assuming it has to be something, like, because it's not going to be based on what happened yesterday, right? Because meaning like the tying thing. Bob says he doesn't think so, but so I got no thoughts on it. Thanks, Lindsay, though. Appreciate it. Where are you guys getting all this? Where is Lauren? I'm gonna look on X. Like, is this on X? What is happening? All right, one more time, I'll tell. Here we're back in
session.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
I'm so pissed, you guys. I can't take it. Bob says next after Zeizel, he thinks is Spinelli. You guys, I'm so unsatisfied. I'm just so unsatisfied. We're live.
Court, all rise, please.
When I do that, it bounces back, actually. So, rumors. I was getting excited. Miss K, it's always tea time. Thanks for the jewels. Love the jewels. Camilla, welcome. Family hug, as my husband likes to give. Sooner, thank you.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Guys, I'm like fuming.
Yes, please.
today we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that you know are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question: is there any other serious matter or concern
I'm surprised.
bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time.
All right, I have to give it up. I'm surprised that Judge Contingent qualifies his "have you seen or heard anything" with that would cause you to be impartial.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
I hope not. We don't block people here.
Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Gelada for treatment.
That'd be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her three young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Reddington?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. She was getting worse. She did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got
Did it
worse.
get so bad that she ended up doing something?
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told us she did not meet the standard of care because she
And-
did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about
Did
that.
she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychosis, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of
Yeah.
medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. When someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life. They don't laugh. They have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Now, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor
Wasn't
and
there-
delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gelater, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So December 30th or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes.
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, that's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication, or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree, of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said, premorbidly psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure, I think, a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that?
It was sociopath, yes.
Is that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Bear with me one moment, if you don't mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had
Yes.
done that's in evidence, and the jurors were able to look at it?
Yes.
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
Yes. All things that are related to the way
And if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes.
They're able to use a phone?
Yes. People who are in that state can do things they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing a tire. But if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January 24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
You should take her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment, and interact and talk to people.
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner, and she's not slurring her speech, and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us, after she took Cora to the doctors, and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard
Did
with
she
2 of her kids.
later in that day Google directions to a restaurant, 3V restaurant, I believe?
Yes,
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a state?
easily.
Did the
Yes.
voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialex?
Pediac or Flexlax, it's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense, that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor wanted the child to have Pedialex, and she tells her husband to get Pedialex?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
Did I miss anything like
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages. And
Wait a second, I'm going to go back. Was he saying that the husband that very night was a night that Patrick was supposed to go out with his friends? I'll play it back and then I'll look in chat.
Yes.
Whoop.
that night,
Hey.
was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test
Wait a
about
minute.
orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Oh,
NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination. Very common test
Okay.
demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE Psychopathy Checklist, HARE.
And what does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon the scale that you used to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
I don't remember who brought this up. It might have even been Cameron and someone in chat or someone in chat, but I remember being like, that is a great point. Like, she had all this testing done. If she doesn't have any antisocial disorder, nothing like that, then you're left with one alternative. Like, she's either a sociopath, some kind of disorder, or not. Okay? Like, seriously. all I'm saying is this, as far as I am concerned, from a legal standpoint, and yes, I see this through my defense lens, but this is, I feel like, a very neutral position. The defense's case thus far has made it impossible, I think, for a jury to say that this prosecution can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this woman was not able to conform her conduct to the law or knew the difference between right or wrong. Either one, pick one, it doesn't matter. And I can't imagine in rebuttal, the experts being asked the question, is it possible that she was suffering from a psychotic event? That they'd have to say it was possible. Is it possible that she could not, that command hallucinations as a result, is it possible that as a result of command hallucinations, one may not be able to conform their conduct to the law? They're going to have to answer yes to that. And is it possible she was suffering them? And they'd probably have to say, well, I don't think so, but possible. Yeah. I'll bloop back.
Of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
And you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still?
Yes.
Unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered, as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids, that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or a defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one, but she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation for the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, Kamal?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you a little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
Let's go.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when you say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner through the DOC.
Right. And you're an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes.
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
They are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So yeah, big umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings,
No,
the Department of Correction
it's the people.
sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
Yes.
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
Never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find they're not sexually dangerous, you'd testify for the respondent.
Yes. We're neutral.
So you're not
Testify with the
testifying
facts.
for the Commonwealth. You're, as in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous, when you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And
Take that.
the way I see
Bo.
it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say.
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you...
Sir, were all the light bulbs on? Were all the light bulbs on? Looping back.
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned to all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but I work with him.
It just requires a yes or a no.
Yes.
Okay. And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience, but as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
And
don't
I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct. But I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work with the military, but thank you. So here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay. And you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they are law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so
I just want to say, and I think we all know it, this is a long buildup to his relationship with Lindsay. The fact that he's still seeing Lindsay, the fact that he had, what do you call it? A human, if it was human compassion or just human, whatever, dignity for another human being. So this is all her buildup, and I'm just dying for another swing and a miss. I'm just dying for it. I want her to be further humiliated because she deserves it. And I'm sorry, that's so hateful, and it is, but she fucking deserves it. He's prepared for this, I'm assuming. And there's nothing she can say, I hope, that's gonna, catch him off guard. But let's see the best she can do. Let's see the best the Commonwealth of Plymouth County has to offer.
Consulting and treating, right?
Yes.
And so, fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so, again, in the American Psychological Association Specialty Guidelines, section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased and impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
You think
Yes.
he's
Is
doing
that a standard you strive to follow?
Of
Yes.
course.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that you've been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other...
I'm just going to say, okay, he has already made clear that he is continuing to monitor whether she is fit to stand trial and her continued emotional stability so that she remains fit to stand trial. So it's about to shove that right up her ass. And I am just praying sending out all the energy in the world that she just opens that door for him to give the answer he was giving yesterday about why he is continuing to meet with her. She's on her way. She's on her way for him to say that shit you pulled here was so disgusting that she needed further monitoring. Just open that door, Uckington. She's Uckington.
Reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you
Provided
provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Duxbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Hospital, or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not an official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Duxbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds
sound
right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be, hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
I wonder
Yes.
what
And
changed.
you're aware that currently
Prosecution.
she's still at Duxbury Hospital,
Yes.
and currently she's still taking psychotropic medications.
That's true. Yes.
Oh, she's going to walk through the door slowly, maybe. Come on,
I think you also
Uckington.
write in that report.
Push through it. Kick it open.
We'll strike that. Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right, right?
Yes.
because
And all the light bulbs
your
are on.
evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So
Hey, you know who else should present in a courtroom a correct recitation of the facts? Okay. All right. Why don't we talk about how the things were untied and just fell off the kid's necks?
in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on the, I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony?
health or mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes,
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
So you went in to visit her?
Yes.
So, this is a very unusual scenario for how he got involved. So, there's no problems with her pointing that out. But I think, this is all going to go to a whole lot of nowhere because, again, you also have to assume that these people are getting information about her mental state going up to this. It's not like someone just committed a crime and they're in a bed, so he sent his friend over to psychologically evaluate her. There was a lot more facts known at the time to warrant concern, and you got to be like, all right, I've got a guy, I can at least get in there to check on her, but still, this is what they got. So let's see.
And when you went in to visit her, you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're aware-
verbal language. Yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well,
but not specifically who it was.
a person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Overall.
Yes.
Now, in addition to
Let's bring that
meeting,
back.
have that attempts,
Who it was.
a person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Overall.
Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she...
Here's the thing. We defense attorneys know, from everything from like, a DUI to whatever, that oftentimes, the medical staff can become biased too. There's a bunch of cops there. She's tied to a bed, and that you worry that are they going to see things evenly? You want to get your defense expert to see them, period. Also, the sooner after an incident, your expert, and I understand he didn't go in as an expert, but Reddington might have known he might end up needing one, and this ended up working out. But the sooner they're in there, the better. And as many of you have pointed out, and as Reddington's going to be able to remind the jury, a judge signed off. She's trying to make it sound like completely improper. This is fertile ground for whether he's got bias. So, but I think this will still end up being it's going to be a huge nothing burger, but she's trying to make it sound so improper. And then the jury's gonna be like, but the judge signed off. But so what the fuck did you just tell me this for? I think that's how it's coming off. All right, here we go.
With the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So it's a sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Was that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And
what the hell is she saying? He just said he did the exam and determined that she was capable of carrying on a conversation and being talked to, so he continued to talk to her. And now she's asking him questions as though he said she wasn't capable of something. But she asked you a question and you understand. You guys, seriously. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
Oh my God. Wait, so now she couldn't have been psychotic 3 days, 4 days, how many ever days it was before, because she remembers her husband's phone number today? Is this what in the actual fuck is this woman saying? These questions, just go back to the unicorn in the corner. I don't know what you're doing. Okay, I'm serious though.
Indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed her love for him. want to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day.
Yes.
Now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt.
I'm confused now because now I'm serious. I mean, I'm assuming she understood she was in a hospital, but how would she know where she was and how she got, like, physically what hospital she was in, or that she wasn't, for example, in a mental institution, in a hospital, in a jail? Like, how I feel like those are the discrepancies we're talking about, and not she didn't understand she was laying in a hospital bed. But I don't know, maybe Reddington will go back to it. But again, I don't understand why the prosecutor's making it sound like he said she didn't have any mental acuity to engage in a conversation when he said the exact opposite.
At calling
Going
Patton.
back.
You said you went back on February 6th and met with her again, correct?
Yes.
And you guys made another attempt at calling Patrick.
Yes.
Again, did you remember the number?
No.
Did you have it stored in your phone?
No.
Did she provide you his phone number to call?
Well, it was in my phone. I could just look it up on my phone. I didn't write it down. I didn't enter his name. Either she gave it to me again, or I just looked it up from 2 days prior.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, which it was, do you?
No,
And you didn't write a report about that interaction, did you?
I did not.
So in the second phone call, you were able to actually hear that she was talking with Patrick on the other end, right?
Yes.
But you didn't know
And
Pat's voice. It would have been her
at that
boyfriend.
time, when you were now second time meeting with her and having this phone call, were you aware that she had already changed her healthcare proxy from Patrick to her parents?
I did not know that.
Because she didn't want to be
Did you talk to Patrick in between the 4th and the 6th to find out if he had tried to come in to visit her?
I didn't speak to him at all, so I knew nothing about what his plans or intentions were.
Your testimony yesterday was that she had called him to tell him that she loved him and to see where they were at, right?
Yes.
That was your testimony? Meaning what, their relationship?
That I made no interpretation of what that meant. She left the message and we left it at that.
But in that subsequent conversation that you were a witness to where they were speaking on the phone and she told them about these voices or explained about the voices, did she ask about the kids?
She did not, as I recall.
Now, in all of the times over the course of the last few years that you've met with Miss Clancy, how many times has she told you since the incident that she's heard a voice currently?
She has not heard voices since the event took place in 2023.
And you've now testified that over the course of a period of time that she did hear voices, right?
Yes.
And is that based on one of these 35 hours worth of conversations you had with her? How do you know that?
Well, they were collateral contacts. Spoke to other people. I spoke to other people who I asked the nature of their interactions with Ms. Clancy.
Wait, did she tell you or not?
It was not a fishing expedition. I asked them if they can tell me what happened. And,
Well, I'm asking
but they
you.
disclosed, pardon me,
You have to let him finish.
so they disclosed information to me that Ms. Clancy shared that information with them.
So who did she tell that she had a voice that told her to kill herself?
She spoke to a chaplain named Sheila Kavanaugh, who I spoke with. And Chaplain Kavanaugh told me that Ms. Clancy told her that she heard a male voice instructing her to first kill her children and then to kill herself.
So the same message that she delivered to Patrick that day on the phone, you heard from a chaplain at Brigham and Women's Hospital after the incident occurred in January of 2023?
Yes.
And so from all of the records that you reviewed of her treatment and all of the interviews with her family, who did she tell that she heard voices telling her to kill herself?
I believe she told family members.
Which family members?
I believe she may have said that to her mother. She, I believe, told her husband that she felt like killing herself as well.
In the records with the providers, you're aware, you've reviewed them all and you've sat through all of their testimony. You're aware that when she described intrusive thoughts, she never referred to them as a voice telling her to kill herself, did they? Did she?
No, she was referring to...
It's just a yes or no?
No.
So as far as her reports of these intrusive thoughts that appear over and over in the notes, you would agree that it was simply, when asked about what they were, it was simply that she felt like she wanted to die, right?
Yes, and...
It's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you go through what's called the sources of information. You're familiar with that part? It's pretty standard in a forensic report, right?
Yes.
Where you list all of the things that you've gone through and reviewed in compiling the information for your report.
So in my sources of information, I reviewed the following, but that list is not limited to the following. So there might be other pieces of information that I may have reviewed, but didn't put in the list.
Okay, so not on the list are the Duxbury Hospital records that you said you reviewed recently, correct?
Yes, the 7,000 pages of those hospital notes. I didn't review all of them at the time of the report.
Did you review records from the Spalding Rehab Facility?
Yes.
That's not contained, though, in your list, in your report, is it?
I don't think it is.
And you don't cite to any of the Spalding Rehab records in your report coming to your ultimate conclusions, do you?
I do not.
And how about the women and infant records? Did you list that in your sources of information section?
I do not. She was there for one day.
Okay, but you've testified about that, right?
Yes.
Did you review them at all?
Yes.
And as far as the McLean records, you don't list the McLean records as a source of information in your report, do you?
I did not, but I did review them.
Now, you've described, and you describe in your report, that you believe that Ms. Clancy was hypomanic, right?
Yes.
And I believe you testified to some extent, and you've written in your report that you identify her as euphoric, excessively energetic for 3 months postpartum. Do you remember writing that in your report?
Yes.
That you note that she exercised early, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that she exercised pretty frequently before birth.
Yes.
And while pregnant with Callan.
And while post-pregnancy with her children as well, yes.
So it was part of her routine, fair to say, right?
It's part of everyday living. Things sometimes change when you have a baby, and a few weeks later, if you're still doing the same exercise, it's sometimes a reflection of something other than committed to fitness.
And you identify what you refer to as a marketing scam, being that Beachbody business, right?
Yes.
But you're aware that that's a series of workouts and a line of nutritional shakes and exercise plans that millions of people engage in across the country.
What is it? A pyramid scheme.
So it's not a scam. It's just a way of a lifestyle choice.
If you do something for marketing and you lose all your money and there's no effort to get that back, it's a scam.
Yeah. You've asked them.
You opened the door.
Figure out what its definition is. So.
Did she tell you she lost money with the Beachbody?
Yes.
When was that?
It was summer of 2022 after her third child was born.
No, when did she tell you that she lost money?
I don't recall that.
And is it in your report?
It may be, but I'm not sure.
Well, I have it with me, or do you have it up there? Can you look and point to me where she told you, at what point she told you she lost money in this endeavor?
We should just assume it's not in there. Is it a pyramid scheme? I'm assuming that's what it
I
is.
don't know where it is. If it's here, it didn't seem relevant whether she lost money in a scam after her child was born
Well,
in terms of the big picture of what we're here for today.
you've described it as a scam because you said she lost money. So wouldn't it be important to know if she actually lost money?
I don't really think so.
Okay. You also identify the 5-mile race that she
Exactly.
completed. Was it a 5-mile race or a 5K race?
Probably 5K.
Well, I wasn't sure which it was. I was told initially it was a 5-mile race. After my report was submitted, it may have been, with reflection, a 5K race.
And you've sat in the courtroom each and every day of this trial, so you've heard all the testimony about the evidence, right?
Actually, I've not been here every day, but I've been here most days, yes.
You're also aware that prior to the kids being born, that she considered herself a runner,
Yes.
right? She had a treadmill at her house. She went to the gym and used the treadmill. She ran other races.
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that part of the timeline of her medication and her decline is the September time period where she was prescribed the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
And you indicate that she had reported, and it's reflected in the records, that she increased the Zoloft, and that's when she couldn't sleep for 48 hours straight, right?
Yes.
And you're aware of what the instructions were, having reviewed everything in this case, what the pill bottle said as far as the plan for the Zoloft?
I'm not sure specifically the incremental plan to go from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams of Zoloft.
Well, I have the bottle, exhibit number 2. Sertraline, not Zoloft, right? Brand name Zoloft.
Yes.
Says take 1 oral tablet once a day for 1 week, then increase to 2 tablets daily thereafter.
Right.
Right on the label.
Right. That's 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And again, having been at the majority of this trial, you aware that there were 30 in that prescription and 23 left in the bottle when they were inventoried.
Yes.
And those are pills that were in Patrick Clancy's possession at the time of these events in January. You're aware, right?
Yes, I believe they were in the middle
what'd Patrick
console
do?
on the lower part of his truck, the lower part of the middle console in his truck.
So if there's only 7 pills missing from a prescription that requires the person to take a particular dosage for 1 week or 7 days, how did she double the dose?
Well, sometimes when you are given medication, you may have medication of the same exact dosage and the same exact medication another time, and you therefore may have pills that you didn't take the previous month or the month before that, and sometimes people just finish what they've had before and before they go on to the most
They don't
current dose.
start the first day.
I am aware of what you're referring to, but I don't know if there are other bottles there that she may have had medication still in those pill bottles.
Well, I'm looking at exhibit number 1, a record from CVS Pharmacy, which all of these bottles are from. And the only time a prescription for sertraline is filled is on September 15th, 2022 for 30 pills. You aware of that?
Yes?
So there's no prior prescription for sertraline, is there?
I don't think so.
Now, in your report, you also refer to 1129, And your report on page 8, paragraph 2 says on 11/29.
So I'm just going to go back to this because we've heard it several times. I remember specifically with the Zoloft that she got prescribed it on day whatever, picked it up, but then decided not to take it and waited. And she's always reporting. So I don't know if we can go back and count this. It's like, this is just ridiculous. She kept a log. What does the log say? For God's sakes. Reddington, clear this up. And you know what? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Really?
Paula Gelada. Is that supposed to be Rebecca Gelada?
Yes.
Okay. So it also says that she prescribed Seroquel to treat Miss Clancy's anxiety, depressed and unstable mood, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation and derealization. Where is that in Rebecca Gelada's record that that's why she prescribed Seroquel?
I'm not sure.
And in fact, you were present when Ms. Gelada testified and said that she prescribed it at 25 milligrams for insomnia, not for anxiety, depression, unstable mood, or psychotic symptoms. Did she not?
It's used off-label. It's sometimes medications are made for many things. Sometimes they're used off-label, not for what they're prescribed for. So that's a medication that is used for sleeping, although it's an antipsychotic.
But you're aware from reviewing the records and hearing testimony that that initial prescription was for a 25 milligram dose, correct?
Yes.
I know you're not a prescriber, but you're aware that a dose for treatment of bipolar is significantly higher than 25 milligrams.
Yes.
That's been long established, lady. She's trying to make big deals out of nothing.
Now, you've described in your testimony in this court repeated auditory hallucinations about wanting to kill herself or that she should kill herself and that she is damaged or her brain is damaged, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you have a conversation with her in one of these 35 hours about that particular voice or thought or belief?
So when I meet with Ms. Clancy, it's not as if I have one conversation on one of the 35 hours. To have thoroughness and exactitude, one does what we call intra-rater reliability. In other words, over the period of time, to confirm what someone says to you to help endorse the veracity or accuracy of that, you'll ask that question in a multitude of different ways. So I don't just ask once, did you hear a voice on that day? I asked in different ways over time, and her answers pretty much remain the same.
So when you quote in your report, when questioned about the nature and content of these horrible thoughts, Ms. Clancy stated, quote, like a really bad and intrusive thought that I didn't feel like it was mine, telling me I should kill myself, your brain is damaged, you're never going to get better, end quote. Where does the quote come from?
Where does the quote come from?
Right.
She had said that to me.
To you, at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And this is well after the incident occurred, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed all the records to know that she did not endorse that she was hearing a voice to any of her providers between September and January 23rd of 2023.
So when someone...
Yes or no, sir?
That's a difficult question to say yes or no from, because sometimes if someone says something that's inaccurate, it's not an affirmatory or a negative response. That's misleading.
My question to you, though, was where in the
Stop
records
misleading.
from September to January 23rd or 2022 did she tell any of the providers she saw that she heard a voice telling her to kill herself?
It's not in the records.
Okay. And you're aware that she has spoken to several forensic psychiatrists and psychologists over the course of this case, right? Not just yourself.
Yes, she spoke to 3 retained experts in April 10th and April 12th of 2026. And then on June 12th of 2026, 1,172 days after I initially met with her, then 1,1220 days after I met with her. That's the third examiner.
Well, you're aware that you're referring to Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, and Dr. Satoff, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware that she also spoke with Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli well before that.
On May 5th of 2023, approximately 90 days more or less later. Yes.
And you're also aware, sir, that she never told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
All right, let's bring that back because I missed.
Your test, doctor, told
May 5th of 2023,
Too far.
approximately 90 days
Messaging
more or
with
less
Barney
later. Yes.
He's looking at the back of
and
Bob's head.
you're
by the
also
way,
aware, sir, that she
in the
never
courtroom.
told Dr. Resnick in a recorded interview, nor Dr. Halbrin, Dr. Mack, or Dr. Satoff that she heard.
Sustained.
Your testimony is
She's
that she
presenting
told
facts and
you
evidence.
that she heard this voice. Fair to say she identified to you that it was her own voice that she heard, correct?
That's not correct.
So she told you that she heard a male's voice?
That's correct.
When?
On the night of the incident, January 24th, 2023.
No, I'm referring to the fact that you've now testified that she heard this, as you call it, a persistent what's the word you use? Persecutorial voice over the course of time? Was that your testimony?
So you're referring to the ongoing negative voices or intrusive thoughts that she was hearing,
Right.
where she felt, in fact, other people could hear those voices, thought broadcasting. So there are multiple layers here of hearing intrusive thoughts,
So, but I'm asking.
hearing voices so loud that she believed other people could hear her. Those are two separate phenomena, if you will.
In those voices that you're saying she told you she heard about wanting to die or to kill herself or her brain was damaged prior to January 24th of 2023, did she say it was her own voice she could hear? It was her own thoughts?
She did not identify whose voice it was.
Fair to say the only time she specifically said she heard a male voice was when she recounts the events on January 24th of 2023.
Yes, that's accurate.
And you'd agree that there's a difference between the idea that somebody believes their thoughts would be or could be heard by others and the belief that they are being heard by others, right?
I don't understand what
Yes,
you're
it's a
saying.
matter of semantics, and it's a level of degreeism. Believing and knowing, two totally separate things.
And believing, having a fixed belief like that would be a delusion, right?
That's correct. A delusion is a fixed false belief that is unshakable and not something you get rid of either through your own efforts to tell the voice to go away or other people saying, just, for example, try to stop thinking about it.
And the idea that she believed that
Ignore
something
that
was wrong with her
nagging
brain, or that if people could know what was happening, that the police might get involved, that is something that could happen if somebody articulates those things, right?
Absolutely. It's common sense.
Now, in your report, you also indicate
this-
that,
this
in your
question.
testimony, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital. And
She was trying to turn it into, well, that's because she was really thinking and planning about killing the kids. So she thought that if they could hear her thoughts, they would arrest her because she was planning on killing her kids, which is like the most absurd logic when you're in the middle of saying this woman who's literally like having a mental health crisis thinks people can hear her thoughts and they'd arrest her. What it proves was she was having intrusive thoughts of harming her kids. She thinks it proves she was having everyday reasonable thoughts. of a psychopath planning to kill her kids. And she was just worried, like, oh no, if they could hear my thoughts, I'd be arrested because haha, I'm planning to kill my kids. It's that logic that is so disconnected from what anyone else is thinking and hearing that I just can't wrap my mind around. Please tell me I'm not muted. I'm not. Can't wrap my mind around. He was like, well, of course, if they think that you can hear their, if you put your thoughts out there, the ones that you think someone's going to arrest you if you have, then maybe you could be arrested. You guys, I'm serious. Come on.
I think your text, you indicated that on January 5th of 2023, that's when Ms. Clancy was discharged from McLean Hospital. And I think your testimony was that she went in there on Seroquel and I think you indicated Klonopin, correct?
Yes.
And your report says Seroquel and Klonopin. You recall that?
Yes.
You're aware that based on the medication journal that is in evidence that she hadn't taken Klonopin since November 27th of 2022.
She had a prescription for that, and I think she may have taken some, but may not have been on a regular basis.
But you've seen the pages of her journal to know that she's pretty diligent about saying exactly what she took on each particular date.
Yes.
Leading up to her stay at McLean and even after.
Yes.
Now, kind of sticking with these medications for a second, you have testified, I think this was yesterday, you testified that you were familiar that after Dawson's birth that she had sought some medication, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you testified yesterday that she was on trazodone, but in fact, she was prescribed Zoloft after Dawson and reported she did never take it,
That's
right?
correct. So after my testimony, I reviewed that and I confabulated the trazodone with another medication, the Zoloft.
And again, you've
Doesn't
talked a
change
lot
anything.
about that the medications that she was taking, the different medications didn't provide her with any sort of relief. So it's important to know the different medications she was taking and what the reactions were, right?
I don't know if I talked a lot about it. I was asked questions. I answered them honestly. They didn't provide relief. I would agree with that. And that was the whole point of her seeking help.
And her history, whether it be medication history, a social history, a family history, those are all important things overall for you to look at and examine when coming to ultimate conclusions, right?
For everyone, yes, of course.
So it's important to be accurate when you're recalling or reporting that information.
As much as possible as one can be. Yes, that's true.
And as far as the medication goes, I think you testified yesterday that she also took medication in nursing school, correct?
Yes, she did.
And having met with her as many times as you did and reviewing all these records, you're aware that those were in fact Prozac, Wellbutrin, and Propanol that she took in nursing school.
That's correct. That was for her what's called glossophobia, GOLLOSPHOBIA. It's fear of public speaking, most common fear for Americans. 85% of Americans have public speaking phobia. Pretty commonplace. But yes, those are the medications she took while she was in nursing school to go through the program.
But that's not what you testified to yesterday.
I think I mentioned only one or two medications. She had taken 3.
Okay. And you also mentioned today in your testimony, you were asked about the date of December 15th. And I believe your testimony was that's the day she went to Women and Infants.
I believe so, yes.
Would it, if I show you the record, is it fair to say she didn't go to Women and Infants on the 15th, but it was actually December 20th?
Right. I believe she went to the Mass General Hospital ER on the 15th.
And you said in your testimony today that at the Mass General ER, she did not get any help. Do you recall that testimony?
She declined admission to the inpatient. She didn't want to do that. So
You didn't not get help.
Yes.
So,
Go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. We have something called the subjective baseline, the cognitive appraisal theme. Help is in the eye of the beholder. If she felt she didn't get help, that's how she felt.
Well, sir, that wasn't the question. And your testimony was she went to the ER and did not get help. That was your testimony, not hers.
Well, my testimony is based on my evaluation of her. This is what Ms. Clancy shared with me. Who am I to doubt what she believes or doesn't believe about the offer for treatment or help? It's her opinion.
She chose to decline the bed at McLean on December 15th, did she not?
Yes.
And she then indicated to the Mass General Hospital that she was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
You guys, please correct me if I'm wrong. I pretty much feel like Tufts testified. December, when was this? Now I'm forgetting. I thought that she testified that like there was either, you know, this partial inpatient program I was recommending, alternatives, or you know, or maybe consider inpatient. If it's an emergency, go to the ER. So it's like she's trying to make it sound, God, I'm just going to let it play because we're going to have a lot to talk about on the break. Anyway, so let's just go. Ugh.
She was going to opt for an outpatient program at the Women and Infants, correct?
Yes.
That's what's in the records.
Yes.
And did she tell you that as well?
Yes.
And as it pertains to the Women and Infants, again, after you review the records, you're aware that a referral had been made to her well before her visit to the ER on the 15th for that same program.
I believe so.
She had poor insight. I mean, what are we doing here? Remember that, counselor? Your witness said she had poor insight. It doesn't matter.
Now, you've indicated in your testimony that it's your opinion that her diagnosis is bipolar disorder with psychotic symptoms, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, you've reviewed, prior to your report, you had reviewed Dr. Resnick's report.
I'm not.
Sounds like she's trying to impeach him with her expert's report, which was
Can I see counsel Zeizel?
not in evidence yet, that he was not allowed to specifically introduce. So I guess that's a good thing. And it hasn't been introduced into evidence yet. But if he reviewed it and relied on it, she might be able to ask some version of these questions. All right, we have blooping time. That's why all the well, there we go.
So the question, I believe, was, did you review a report of Dr. Resnick in all your sources of information and before you came to a conclusion about diagnosis?
No, I did not.
Well,
what now? Well, that put a stop on you. Breaks. Yeah, sorry. Rethink where you're going with this. You're shit out of luck. It sounds like Resnick must be, I think, a Commonwealth witness. That's what it seems like. Oh, now what? She's just standing there. Oof. All these questions I can't ask. If he would have relied on the report, she could have asked him some questions about it. Dr. is Lindsay's expert. He wrote the book. Okay. Is that right? Civil psych. He's a defense expert. I mean, either way, she can't get it in. I thought maybe it was a prosecution expert.
1 moment, sorry.
Thanks for that. So is he a defense expert or is he a rebuttal witness? Trace, we know
On
we
page
have a
4 of
list.
your report, where you
1 second.
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry, Counsel.
On page 4 of your report,
I'm
where
gonna
you
ask
list the
Bob.
sources of information, you do
Bob.
identify as number 24, forensic psychiatric evaluation of Philip J. Resnick from 9/27/24. Do you not?
I do.
And so that's something you reviewed.
I didn't draw my opinion.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Well,
All right, hold on. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
Did you review his report?
That's not the question.
She said, did you review his report before you came up with your opinion? I don't think she asked, did you rely on it in forming your opinion? And I wonder what the issue is here. If he's a defense expert, Tracy sent me the, Bob's answering me. So I'm not going to need to, but thank you, Tracy, of Seeking Justice. That's how quick she sent me both parties' witness lists. No, Bob says a Commonwealth rebuttal witness. I'm going to confirm now with what Tracy sent. Commonwealth's potential witnesses. State police, fire department. Okay.
So the question, sir, is did you review Dr. Resnick's report prior to authoring your report or coming to your conclusions about diagnosis?
I reviewed part of that report. And in my report, I perused through the reports. I did not review all of that report from Dr. Resnick or Dr. Spinelli, for that matter.
Okay.
Which is another.
Now, in talking about your
Yeah, I think it's a defense
review
witness.
of
I think
records,
Bob's wrong.
You indicated that there are several thousand pages of Duxbury Hospital records, correct?
7,001 page.
And did you review all of those?
I would say I looked through them, but I did not read every word on every page. They do have a tendency to hang together and are replicative as well.
Were you aware that on May 26, 2023, that the defendant was observed by staff in a note stating that she was visible along the unit hallways, self-propelling her wheelchair with her one-to-one staff, that she had a visit with her mother who brought dinner?
All right. Resnick is a defense listed witness. He is a defense listed witness. He is not listed for the Commonwealth. Bob just sent the same thing, but I also confirmed it with my eyes. So
For her, they ate and played games during the visit. Are you aware of that?
On May 26th.
May 26th of 2023.
May 23. So 3 years ago and a few months. I don't know that. I don't remember.
That would have been approximately 4 months after the incident and on the date of Callan's first birthday, right?
Yes, but you asked if I remember that event, and I don't.
You don't, or you do?
I don't remember that she was seen with her mother on that day who brought food, and she was seen using a wheelchair to travel down the hallway at the hospital. I don't remember.
If I tell you that was read from page 176 of the Duxbury Hospital records, would you agree with that?
I have no
I would not doubt that.
And on December 24th of 2023, were you aware that the defendant was observed at Duxbury, monitored on one-to-one for safety, that she accepted medication, meals, and snacks. She spent time in the TV room or sitting outside her room, utilizing phone, and visited with family. Do you recall that, reading that note on page 613 of the Duxbury records?
Of 2023?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't.
And that would have been Cora's birthday.
Okay.
But would you agree with me that if I read that from page 613 in the records, that would be within that 7,001 page of the record?
I would not doubt that.
How about on January 24th, 2024? where she's observed in a note from Tewksbury State Hospital on page 674, saying, where the note reads, patient was visible in the milieu, engageable with both staff and select peers. Patient accepted select medications as her baseline, that she was pleasant during interactions, self-propelling in wheelchair in the halls, spending much of the morning and early afternoon in her room and hall on her electronics.
Wait,
Do you recall reading that record?
Not specifically.
And January 24th, 2024 would have been the year anniversary of the incident, correct?
Yes.
oh my God, she was in the hall and met with family on the year anniversary of the incident. Wow, lady. So what? And why is he not objecting? How is this relevant, what she was doing a year later?
But if I read from page 674, you would agree with me that that's part of the Tewksbury record.
Yes, I believe it's part of the record.
And on May 26th of 2024, from page 922 of the Tewksbury record,
Objection.
patient monitored 1-to-1 for safety. She's been monitored for high suicide risks, accepted medication, says BFK and snacks. She spent some time in the TV room or sitting
Yes.
outside her room,
Well
utilizing
beyond the
phone.
scope.
Would you agree that that's
Yeah.
a fair reading of page 922?
I have no reason to doubt that.
Okay. And that she's also observed on that same day, visible on the unit while utilizing her phone outside her room, was able to make her needs known appropriately. Patient was observed playing dominoes with peers in the TV room.
To me.
That was later in the day on May 26, 2024, which would have been Callan's second birthday.
I would believe that that record's probably accurate. I don't remember looking at that record specifically.
How about on September 30th of 2024, page 1229 of the Tewksbury record,
Just the
where it's noted that
so people aren't confused.
she was visible in the unit, attended startup/coffee group, assisted with she was assisted with ADLs as needed. She was in safe behavioral control for the duration of the shift. And that later it reads, patient visible in the hallways, seated in her wheelchair outside her bedroom, using her cell phone, pleasant upon approach, social with select peers. That would have been on September 30th, 2024, which would have been Dawson's 5th birthday. Do you recall reviewing that in the record?
She was celebrating
Not off the top of my head,
the
but I have no reason to
unaliving
doubt
of her
that
kids.
it's not an accurate record.
December 24th, 2024, page 1442 of the Tewksbury
We've been
records.
up here for a while.
It says the patient was visible on the unit,
Yes,
utilizing her
I've been
phone.
coming
Her
back to
parents
this.
were in to visit and they brought dinner with them. Patient accepted medications and fluids. Patient in good behavioral control, maintaining safety. No SIB noted or reported. What do you have reason to doubt that that's on page 1442 of the Tewksbury record?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not an accurate reflection of what took place that day.
He's
And
thinking
what's
about
SIB?
objecting.
Self-injurious behavior.
And so December 24th, 2024, that would have been Cora's 7th birthday, right?
Yes.
So January 24th, 2025, from page 1514 of the Tewksbury records, where it reads inpatient treatment goal, to work on my mental health and to feel better. Says she participated in morning ADL routine with staff assistance. Patient was visible on the milieu at times in the
Yes.
hallway utilizing her
Now
phone.
she can
No SIB
testify.
has been reported this shift. Does that, do you have any reason to doubt that that's contained on page 1514?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And the further observations on that day were that the patient was visible on the unit. She was social with select staff and peers and also seen utilizing her phone. Her parents were in to visit and brought her dinner, and they brought dinner with them. That was, again, on January 24th, 2025, which would have been the second anniversary of this
Possibly,
incident,
Lizzie.
correct?
Yes.
I saw another
May
one
26,
comment.
2025, page 1782 of the Tewksbury records. It says,
Can't find it.
She did not engage in any SIB. She was visited by her parents this shift. She attended startup group and watched TV. That would have been on May 26, 2025, which would have been Callan's 3rd birthday. Do you have any reason to doubt that in the record?
I have no reason to doubt that.
And on September 30th, 2025 of the Duxbury record on page 2056 reads, patient was visible in the hallway using her phone. No SIB or behavioral issues observed or reported. Do you have any doubt? Do you have reason to doubt that that is an accurate read of page 2056?
I have no reason to doubt that that's not accurate.
And that would have been September 30th, which would have been Dawson's 6th birthday, right?
Yes.
Is this what you're closing
No,
on?
December 24th of 2025, page 76 of the patient notes in the Duxbury Hospital records. It reads, ate breakfast, refused lunch, took snacks, utilizing phone, assisted with ADLs, spent some time in the TV room, attended PT, resting in bed after lunch. Do you have any reason to doubt that is contained within the Duxbury records on page 76?
No.
And December 24th would have been Cora's 8th birthday, correct?
Yes.
And on page 152 of the Duxbury records, January 24th, 2026, this year. Patient observed for safety, assess mental status, encourage safe behavioral control, monitoring for abrupt behavior change and attempt to prevent escalation or self-harm, encourage patient to participate in groups. That on this particular day, she was also observed compliant with meds, ate breakfast, participated in coffee group, visible in the hallway utilizing her phone, later visited with parents and had an early lunch. That was on January 24th of 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's within the records?
No.
And that she was later observed to not have any SIB or behavioral issues, again on January 24th, 2026. Do you have any reason to doubt that's contained within the Duxbury records?
No. No.
And again, you reviewed or looked at some of them, but not every one of these. But these are already currently in evidence, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit these excerpts as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? No problem. All right, that may be admitted.
So when she wants to admit an excerpt, and of course, there's no reason to object. It's stupid. But when the defense wants to do it, she says, no, it's already incorporated in the 7,000 whatever.
Okay, thank you.
That I just, and Dr. Zeizel.
I think she really thinks she's like making points. She's like, all right, got that, did it.
As far as the records that I just read in, do you know if in those records it indicates that she slept well on all of those occasions?
Objection.
I
Come on.
I don't know how.
Well, you would agree that noting her sleep.
Oh, I paused it. So I might as well just say, now she's getting into that she slept peacefully on her children's birthdays. She's medicated.
Habits based on this particular individual's history would be an important thing for the hospital to monitor, correct?
I would agree with that.
Now, in this particular case, well, let me ask you, are you familiar with the concept of confirmation bias?
Of course.
And fair to say it's pretty prevalent in most areas of science and forensic psychology and psychiatry, correct?
It courses all domains of work and life.
And as far as confirmation bias for psychiatry or providers, fair to say that clinicians are warned that they may lean towards or support their own theories and overlook contradictory evidence. And that you have to be aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And again, in forensic psychology, the goal is to render an objective opinion, right?
Yes, the facts come to you. You don't go to the facts.
Okay. And there's a danger for clinicians and forensic psychologists of quickly forming an initial diagnosis before having all the information, correct?
Yes.
And that confirmation bias accounts for the fact that a lot of times people, clinicians and providers will cling to diagnoses and interpret subsequent information in light of that kind of already perceived idea. Is that fair to say?
You mean like
They
you've been
cling,
doing?
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. They cling to a diagnosis?
Well, once a diagnosis is reached, they cling to that diagnosis when interpreting subsequent information.
That happens, yes.
And but you would agree that in practice of forensic psychology that it's important not to do that, right?
Particularly with the guidelines of criminal responsibility where you don't need a diagnosis. You just need a mental disease or defect.
The diagnoses are helpful in understanding whether the person was suffering from this legal construct of a mental disease or defect, correct?
That's fair to say.
And it's fairly accepted in the field that if somebody has a disorder or a diagnosed mental illness, that they then in turn suffer from a mental disease or defect.
Not
Or
all.
could.
Or could, because you can have a phobia. Doesn't mean you have a mental disease or defect. If
Could
you're afraid to
also
jump
have-
out of airplanes, it doesn't make you ineffective and have a defect or a disease. So yes, it
Can I
could.
ask you to keep your voice up?
Yes, Your Honor. So it could, but it doesn't always have to.
Thank you.
Of course.
And you're aware of the danger of this idea of confirmation bias of having multiple relationships and conflicts in this type of work, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's important not to be treating somebody as a patient when you're also evaluating them for this type of legal issue, right?
Of course, you cannot be the therapist and the examiner. The therapist is an advocate. The examiner looks for the truth.
And do you recall in this case submitting recommendations to the court in November of 2025 about the defendant regarding accommodations for her?
I know in general, but I don't know specifically what those accommodations requests were. I can't remember them.
She's saying he
You
advocated.
authored and signed a letter dated November 13th, 2025 to the court, correct?
Yes, but I'm saying I don't remember specifically what those recommendations were. I know I did that.
I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking if you wrote the letter.
Hold on. Just ask a question. Doctor, if you listen to the question.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking if you wrote the letter, sir.
Yes.
And in that letter, you refer to providing essential clinical findings regarding the transportation of my patient, Lindsay Clancy. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
And so at various points throughout over the years of this case, you have referred to her as your patient, have you not?
I wouldn't be, I think, able to define her as something else. She was a patient who I did a forensic evaluation of.
Well, you referred to the court outside of this evaluation you're testifying about to her as your patient in this letter from November 13th of 2025.
Right. I evaluated Ms. Clancy, who is a patient. If I evaluated her, then she's my patient, as she is other doctors' patients at Duxbury and other places that she's been at.
But you call her my patient in the letter.
I wrote the letter. Whose patient would I be referring to if I'm speaking about Ms. Clancy? Given that she's my patient, yes, I wrote she was my patient. That's correct.
And you're aware of, again, the APA guidelines on forensic psychology, where it warns therapeutic forensic role conflicts. Providing forensic and therapeutic psychological services to the same individual involves multiple relationships that may impair objectivity and or cause exploitation or other harm. You're aware of that, section
He wasn't doing
4.02?
that.
Yes.
And in this particular case, since the beginning, you've appeared regularly in court hearings, right?
Yes.
When
You've appeared with
testified.
Attorney Reddington at arraignment proceedings,
At his request, yes.
both here and at Duxbury State Hospital, where you were sitting next to the defendant.
Yes.
And you also, on February 8th of 2023, participated in a news conference, did you not?
Yes.
It was outside the courthouse here.
Yes.
And you gave an interview with the Daily News where you commented on this.
I just made a comment. That's correct.
And at this time, Your Honor, I'd like to play a clip of the news conference, please.
Mr. Reddington?
Has it been disclosed?
Thanks.
Past few days, multiple hours each day. What I can say without going too far is that her affect is absolutely flattened. She's in a very surreal state. It feels dreamlike to her, as she's described to me on multiple occasions. And individuals who can present as being lucid, linear, and clear thinking do not make those people not mentally ill. They have the capacity for, on occasion, to be able to do things that they've been doing for a long period of time. When you have delusional thinking, fixed beliefs that are unchangeable, and hallucinations, namely command hallucinations, telling you to do things, telling you to do things that are malevolent, and you believe those voices that are telling you you need to follow what they say, that's when things go downhill behaviorally, psychiatrically, and familially. And that's what we see in the most tragic of cases, where individuals could be healthy and normal, and quite frankly, because they're paranoid and worried about what others think, they hold back on what they share. And in some cases throughout the country and the world, these are people who one day will be functioning well, but because they have the onset of command hallucinations, which they hear to, and they believe the voice that they have to do something, that's when tragedy occurs. And I think that sort of is under the overriding rubric that this case falls under.
Should not have had his witness talk.
So,
Press.
sir,
I don't
on
know if he knew he
December
was going to
8th
be an
of
expert.
2023, when you provided that,
What day was it?
your
Sorry.
observation.
Go back.
So, sir, on December 8th
December
of 2023,
8th.
when you provided that, your observations, you had met with the defendant on 2 occasions, correct?
I believe 3 occasions.
Okay. Had you any of the records that have been presented in the course of this trial?
No.
Any of the records that are listed in your sources of information?
No.
And as you sit here and testify today, you've testified to the same conclusions, correct?
What I said was individuals like that present this way. I was not referring to Ms. Clancy. I said individuals who have these symptoms, like the ones I clarified, present that way. That was not an assessment of Ms.
Okay.
Clancy. That was an assessment of people who go through major mental health crises.
But as you sat here today, you've talked about the fact that she had delusional thinking, the fact that she had command hallucinations, the fact that she believed that these voices and that she was paranoid and worried. You've consistently testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
All right, let's go back and hear that.
Yesterday and today, correct?
Right.
Testified about that throughout the course of yesterday and today, correct?
So
it's a yes or no.
You make it impossible to answer that question.
All right, the next question.
Then let him talk. It's up to
In
you.
addition to,
That's all you gotta do.
you testified today that a person in a psychotic state can do things they've done before, but it might be hard for them to do new tasks, right?
Yes.
So if it's something that is part of their daily life, getting up, caring for the kids, feeding, making a meal, driving a car, those are things that people do every day and a lot of times don't even have to think about, right?
Yes. No thinking necessary.
But you're
response, automatic response.
You're aware that on this particular day of this incident, on January 24th of 2023, that the defendant took Cora to the doctors, right?
Yes.
And you indicated in your testimony today that it was for a regular checkup, but in your report, you identified that it was for a stomach ache, right?
Yes. She had a stomach ache.
But in addition to maybe her having a stomach ache, she had previously had this visit scheduled, and you're aware of that now, correct?
Yes.
And at the doctor, there was a recommendation made for an over-the-counter medication, right?
Yes.
And the defendant was able to process that information, take it back with her, and then later, not immediately after the visit, but later in the day, search for where to get that medication, right?
Psychosis doesn't lower your intellectual functioning, so you can do all those things.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, did she do those things?
Yes, so that's correct.
Okay. And would you've talked a lot about that a person can operate as normally as they can, but fair to say, if you're in a psychotic state, that person themselves has a significant amount of distress, right?
Yes.
And that in order to
There's the
mask
heart rate.
those symptoms, it requires an enormous amount of control. Does it not?
It depends on the level and the
Intensity at the time.
extremism of the psychotic processing. So some people will hear voices that are nominal, they whisper. Some people hear voices that are yelling and screaming. So it's on a range, it's a continuum. So the more upsetting, more powerful, demanding the voice, the more difficult it might be to resist it and do other things. The less, the easier it is.
In all of the time between September of 2022 and January 23rd of 2023, at any point in which the defendant heard these voices about harming herself, she didn't act on them then, did she?
That's correct, yes. She did not act on those. She sought help instead.
Come the hell on.
One moment, please.
She's about to be done. She's what she wanted to end on, how she had control. Didn't get what she wanted.
Your Honor, I would move to admit the recording played as the next exhibit.
I'm sorry, this is the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
That may be admitted.
I can find it. Here it is. Thank you.
284.
Thank you.
I have no further questions at this time.
Let's talk about confirmation.
Can I sit down, please?
Oh, hold on. But Ms. Buckingham,
Thank you.
Can I
see.
sit down first, please?
Confirmation bias. In the field of forensics, interface of science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of my request, obviously,
Yes.
compassion.
Correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you, if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do a appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or?
Oh, more than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for her or not?
Overruled.
I am telling the truth. She
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth, and that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
Yes.
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything you're aware of, right?
Yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her, one of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. Do you recall that question from her?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
Objection.
No,
for
overruled.
5-week trial?
Yes, from Duxbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to ask of the
No,
court.
overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
So confirmation bias, can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money? Maybe you like me, maybe you want to help her, or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's, in Latin, a tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you. And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. And that young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Yeah. Sustained.
Sidebar?
With, and you've been sitting here for a little bit. We're going to take a short break at this point, give you a chance to take a break, and then we'll come right back and we'll continue with the testimony of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
Is that it, or are they gonna? They're actually just taking the break. I thought they were gonna have like a little sidebar. Guys, I gotta get the dog, but we got to talk about this. This is some shit. All right, he won't come in. He's having so much fun. Just laying outside. So I'll keep an ear out for him. So don't forget him when we get back to this. All right, so first of all, I just want to say she opened the door about, all the things about, because she kept objecting when he asked, now my brain's gone. What was it that she just kept objecting about? Nanook. Nanook's outside and he doesn't want to come in. He's relaxing out there. So what just happened right there is he wants to basically, let me rewind. Hold on. Because there was I was listening.
You have all of that information that you have brought here today to yesterday, to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you based upon whether or not you care for her or not?
Overruled.
Okay, so it was all
I'm
these
telling the truth.
objections about the confirmation bias, and she just kept objecting. She opened the door by bringing it up. The truth part was an issue, but then the last part, that was just about him asking about the prosecution's expert. He's like, they brought their experts in, let's critique their expert report. And he should be allowed to do that right now. Otherwise, he's got to ask to call rebuttal witnesses, which is very rare.
2023. A young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Yeah. Sustained.
Sidebar?
So you can make a hypothetical based on anticipated testimony, like from their experts. That's what he was trying to do. And then, so we'll see when he comes back if we're able. And it wasn't that last question. I knew that one. There were some objections earlier that I wanted to talk about, but that one is based on what their experts are going to do. And you have to do that with your experts. You've got to say the defense has an expert, and did you review that report? The prosecution does. Otherwise, we get into what's called rebuttal witnesses. So, that's completely discretionary. It almost never happens, unless something new pops up that you couldn't have been aware of. So I'm asking Bob something. So that's why you tried to do it as a hypothetical, to avoid needing to call a rebuttal witness. But he can ask his witness, when you see somebody this many years later, what's the issues can come up, something like that, without being too specific in his hypothetical. We'll just see. I think she could have been held in contempt of court for that. She probably should have been. It was so outrageous. I'm going to get to y'all's question There's the dog. Now he's ready to come in. Sorry, guys, stand by. I'm alone in this house. All right. All right. Don't want to leave him outside unattended again. Safi Bay says, why are Bo Peeps longer than Reds? Ugh, torture. Some more Jules, Desi, Beach Life. Morse mattress. I don't know. Sorry. All right. Ms. trial. Why is he not objecting? The prosecutor is testifying. So on cross, that's when the prosecutor can testify. It's basically what you're doing on cross. Like if you're doing a good cross, you're just saying all the words, whatever you want, and the other person's saying yes. But, you know, there's other reasons he could have been objecting. And I know you're making two statements. And I think he just wanted to let it go because someone made this comment and I went to highlight it and I couldn't find it. It was like, is he opening the door? It was something directly along those lines, like basically giving the Commonwealth enough rope to hang themselves. I think there's definitely an aspect of that as well. But, you know, I thought it went a little far, you know. And like Stitched and Giggle says, the parents are there days she's stating makes sense. Like, okay, the parents are there on the birthdays. Lady Jane, thank you very much. And some coins. And welcome to whoever got that gifted membership. Appreciate it. Mama Eve says, the only thing the jury is taking from this cross with Zeizel is that Lindsay Clancy was receiving care for serious mental health and it's helping the defense. I mean, I think some of it was, you know. Thanks, Mama Bird. And then Nitka Ditka comes back again. We brought this up yesterday. You know, maybe 1 week, 5 pills, day 6, 2 pills equals 7. You know, all she would have needed to do is not take it that very first day, the day it was filled, which she had a history of doing. Thanks, Christine and Kristen and Tracy and Jess. Thanks again, Christy. So Kat asked, and I starred this, Allie, legally, is that considered a religious confession? If so, are those privileged? I get it doesn't apply here. So yes, sometimes your statements to clergy, there is a clergy privilege. Now, it depends on the states. I feel sort of confident that Massachusetts likely has one. I've actually made a motion based on that here. And it was denied because they decided it wasn't confessional, I guess, like it was like he was providing therapy, which sometimes clergy does. But so sometimes your religious confession, a religious confession is, you know, is protected, but you hold that protection. So either way, you know, it can come in there. Technically, I mean, I think the clergy can do it if you tell them to, like you waive it. So Lana says drinking game every time the Commonwealth says ugh. Yeah. You guys would be pretty tipsy. Hey, there's my doggy. Yeah. Come on in. Bo Brats make me miss Lally and Hank. That's what Hope says. Thanks for your generosity. Resbeck, thanks. Sunny Day Steph says, is there a reason in the Reed case why the experts weren't allowed to use the government agencies, FBI, etc., in testimony, but this psychologist is? Yes, because that material was privileged. It was not allowed to be said and openly. It was special, especially because a lot of it was from a federal grand jury. And also that the federal agency wouldn't release all the things. So there was some special things with that aren't in play. Where are you? What are you doing? Sounds like you're sneezing. Deborah RN says, at Matt Murphy, former LA prosecutor, said to Billy Bush, same, Allie can't see any other verdict than not guilty by reason of insanity, is what that is, by the Massachusetts standard. I mean, it's like they gotta disprove it. And I don't think they can. Thanks, Amba and Christy and Free Ricky. Always got a Free Ricky Bay. Hannah I can't even speak. Parabic. Summer Girl and Michelle. All the jewels. Love the jewels. Okay, so this was the comment I put up. Stephanie Lowry says, Red needs to explain her, Lindsay Clancy's, cry sounds, impaired intercostal and abdominal muscle due to level of thoracic spine injury. I mean, if he really thinks that they're thinking something about the sound of her cry was fake, then maybe he does. But I mean, that's interesting. Thank you. Ona and Patricia and Nurse Gina, Jules, thank you. Stephanie Lowry back again with the super. Thank you. Ona, Luna, Brenda, Luna. All right, like more jewels. Mickus Headphones, member for 13 months. Thanks for your continued support. Feeling angry at gestures wildly. Yeah. And Ellen UTE says, Allie, this is not the last defense witness. Yeah, I realized that yesterday. I kind of thought, I completely forgot about Spinelli, and I think there's others as well. So I appreciate that. So leading expert in filicide field, Dr. Resnick, all Commonwealth witnesses based their opinion using his work, and Dr. Spinelli, imagine Resnick will be longer testimony. Thank you. The Mrs. Orsak. Allie, I Googled it, and Murdaugh and George Floyd are the two recent trials in which the prosecution used clips from testimony during their closing. So anyway, my point of bringing that up earlier was, I feel like this, if you can do it, if the prosecution can do it, the defense can do it, and this case needs it for the tying, for the knot, for the bow.
All right. Yeah.
Love new members. Welcome. Family hug. Magic Mary says, Allie, you and Bob are the only ones I see bringing awareness to mental health. Thank you. Most providers I've seen gaslight, think suicide is selfish, bad people. Yeah, a rational person can think suicide is selfish from a rational standpoint, but the person doing it's not rational. Thanks, Liz. Thanks, Michelle Frost. Frosty Burns. Got some more jewels. Love the jewels. Crystal Rogers. I don't know. I don't even think I watched that case. Nitka Ditka, but thank you. Dana. Grey Wolf. Christine. Lee. You're all got jewels. Love the jewels. Sooner gals. So Lindsay Wohan, I started to say this and it said first SC Miss. Thoughts on Patrick Clancy stand first SC. I can't figure out what the SC is, but I don't know if he's taking the stand again or not. You know? Man, I think we got through all the supers to date. Pretty sure. Which is amazing. Yeah.
Order's back in session. You may be
All
seated.
right.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties
Got
present.
the new one just came in. I'll get to you guys.
All right, we'll return now to redirect counsel.
Thank you.
So let's see what happened. If he's allowed to ask it or how he's going to ask it.
So as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
Nope.
Overall.
Yeah.
It depends on the examiner and the situation. It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Duxbury.
By that way, that was his way of going back to the state's experts that are coming. So that's what he wanted to do. And that's what he just got in. And that's just how you have to do it. You have to confront their methodology without saying it's their methodology in anticipation of what's coming.
And read excerpts from Duxbury pages of the records from Duxbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from Social Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Duxbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Duxbury's been very
Travis.
good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was.
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
Went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative
Of anything.
of
No.
anything?
Right.
Not at all.
How about the fact that her mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
How about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
she is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Duxbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No, Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview of collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is called a wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
Or yeah, let's approach because he's gonna. You open the door to so much shit. I just hope that he can get in whatever he wants. And with that shit they pulled yesterday, the defense needs the widest legal leash possible to do whatever the fuck they want within reason to make up for that constitutional stampede or stampede on her constitutional rights. Yeah, I want to know what's in the wish. Let us hear it. Let us hear it. Because you did try to make it sound like she never talked about her children. You can't have it both ways. But I didn't say that. The inference is there, lady. The judge sees it. We all see it. So go F yourself. Ugh. Oh, no. No. We got Alice Blacker missed yesterday. And have you not been on the internet since? Maybe you're like me. You do know social media because that shit they pulled yesterday is worth going back and watching. Or hop on your favorite social media platform and you'll see. You'll see. But they asked Grandma if she was a practicing Catholic and if she knows that murder is a mortal sin. And then they made up facts when cross-examining Dr. La Posada, just pretended that those bands could magically just fall off the kids as soon as Lindsay let go. Allie's trending where? Right here with y'all. Yeah. Even the New York Post wrote about it. That's what I'm saying. You know, it's like remind the court about the appearance of impropriety and that the judicial branch needs to take a stand and tell the public, I'll put people in check when they need to be put in check. I mean, we've seen in the YSL, like, I mean, that was a little bit different. He wouldn't give information, and so the judge was holding him in contempt, although the judge was 100% wrong. Like, no, you fucked up, judge. But let's not I digress. But the people need to see that the court's not going to stand for it. And the appointments of our elected official, meaning is the DA elected there? It is, right? Yeah. It's the judges that aren't. The appointments of the elected official, the DA, meaning these ADAs, have to be held accountable when they walk into a courtroom and they lie, and they imply a lie, and they introduce false evidence through their questioning, and they try to impeach a witness with false evidence. And when they try to play on the emotions of not only the jury, but a witness, using and abusing religion. I mean, it's just like, it's so fucking outrageous what happened yesterday. And now it's like, I can't keep myself back down. It's like, I'm really having issues regulating on this. It makes me so angry that it is being treated so nonchalantly. Now, look, for all we know, he took them in chambers and like, that could have happened. But the public needs to know when people are being held accountable. The public needs to see that there's ramifications when the people who are appointed to act on behalf of the Commonwealth act a fool, like the most unethical, disgusting human beings that exist. Again, hyperbole, It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Let me go back to the newest questions, because we got some more. ATF is a new member. Well, and my hug, and now we're back.
Your Honor, I would hand this to Chrissy to have the exhibit.
All right. Over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
There we go.
285.
Thank you very much.
All right. Commonwealth?
You open the door.
Very briefly, please. Doctor, how many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One other person.
And how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I don't think I was ever asked that question before.
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other
That one's not a good
defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day into the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials. I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that
Yes,
line
I
of
do.
questioning?
Yes.
You guys do it all
were
the
hired
time.
by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
And as far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the lot.
Sustained.
She brought it back up.
While she's in Duxbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Duxbury, excuse me, in Duxbury,
You asked him
Has
two
there
questions,
been-
Red.
a concern of suicidal ideation.
Yes.
And what as a result of that, SI, as counsel repeating to you through the records, is her status at Duxbury.
She's on a one-to-one, constant one-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And that is somewhat similar to the reference in Brigham and Women's Hospital when you were talking with her that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just one?
We're live. We're live. Yep.
So finally, I will ask you again, what, to your understanding, is the purpose of you during this trial, going back, as the counsel asked you about, to the lockup with Lindsay?
To ensure that Ms. Clancy is stable and competent to stand trial.
Any concerns as far as her SI?
She's in good hands at the moment, but there's always a concern that sits directly below the surface.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The judge
Three bucket,
reconsidered.
Dr. Zeizel, in
Oh,
3
Lord.
years, she's never made an attempt to harm herself, has she? Other than January 24th of 2023.
No.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
Questions, Judge? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Ron.
Are they going to start or take an early lunch?
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Okay.
It's up to Your Honor as to the voir dire on McLean Hospital witness or Dr. Spinelli. I know.
All right. Counsel, let me see in regards to timing on it.
Right. There's not much of a point starting Dr. Zeizel right now. I mean, he's going to be like mid direct and have to take lunch, which, you know, sometimes I don't mind, depending. It's better to me to be mid direct than be after my direct and before they do their cross. That's the worst. It's the best for me if they finish their case and then we go on lunch and I'm next with the witness. But, you know, I don't like that when the prosecution gets that opportunity. But, you know, ATF, CC alerts. Thanks for the jewels. Lead with Love, member for 24 months. OG. So thankful for my caring providers. So thankful that you have found caring, and it sounds like competent providers. Meemaw Cat says ADL activities are things like bath, brush teeth.
Well, members of the jury, this is another one of those moments I've got to talk to counsel about a matter that I've got to talk to them outside of your presence.
All right,
so
TikTok,
I thought we'd do it
Baudier.
at this point, and excuse you till 2 o'clock. We'll take up the next witness. We're going to stay in here and we're going to take up that other matter. All right. And so with that, during the break, remember, same instructions. Don't talk about it. Don't do any research about it. Don't read anything. Don't go anywhere in regards to this. And I'll see everybody at 2 o'clock. Okay.
All right, we're about to Baudier, the TikTok witness. So anybody out there who doesn't know, this is a nurse who used to work at the hospital where Lindsay went for inpatient on New Year's Eve. Oh, Lord. Sorry, guys. Well, they're on a break, so it's okay. It's okay. I mean, they're exiting the courtroom, so got lucky. There.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's decision, please be seated.
Okay, move up.
All right.
Move back up the. There we go. All right. So there was a witness.
All right. Counsel, we ready to do the voir dire of Miss Thorndike?
She went on TikTok.
She should be
Said-
right outside.
Skeleton crew. You're seeing one doctor seeing everyone. The prosecution, you know, like presented a false picture, and Reddington wants to call her. However, she hadn't worked there for 1 year. as of when Lindsay was inpatient. So to me, that presents a huge, huge problem, and we'll see if Reddington has figured a way around it. There she is, TikTok famous now. I'm assuming. I don't follow it to know for sure. She'd know things like this. So they're trying to decide if she can testify. I'll fix my picture.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in
Okay.
Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn,
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham.
Chatham?
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
And how long have you been doing that?
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023. And then this past May, I expanded. I hired somebody. So technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business technically for, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover-Sherburne High School and I went to Hartwick College. And then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in social, I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work, and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other. So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. So, but you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my master's of social work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months. And then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what
Yes.
does that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day-to-day, like the live stream and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case. And obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
7 years, 8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene. And unfortunately, there are a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you refer to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was one unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it became two separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see like, AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side. If
that right there is one of the like directly tells you what the issue is with this witness. I know that was a full renovation, so I'm not suggesting that, but it's really easy to reduce beds, and there might have been ways to increase beds, and we don't know if that's happened in the last year. So I'm wondering how he's going to be able to make this witness's testimony relevant. We'll have to see.
makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. Sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's 1.5. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
Are you familiar with the Code of Mass Regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations.
Can you tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. You know, for example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And did they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I'm not sure exactly. Like I know McLean follows those regulations.
All right, let me just take a second because I didn't get a full chance to explain what the purpose of this woman is. So I highlighted BB's comment. It's relevant because it goes to the point that she didn't receive the usual standard care. You know, the defense has taken the position there was a skeleton crew. The prosecution put on the psychiatrist who was technically assigned to Lindsay Clancy's care during her inpatient stay, which was during New Year's, right over New Year's. I think she went in on New Year's Eve, but it was right then. So you have a week. She has explained on TikTok, you have a weekend crew and a holiday crew. One doctor does what 5 do on the normal weekday, where on the normal weekday, Monday through Friday, which is when their doctors work, when their psychiatrists work, there is 5 doctors that the 22 patients are all assigned to. Okay. So everybody gets, their 4, maybe 5 patients. On the weekends, there is 1 doctor, weekends and holiday, 1 doctors. There are less activities going on, less things available. So that is what the point of this witness is. That is part of like what she was going on to. There was a weekend, and holiday skeleton crew, including one doctor, not the doctor, not one of those 5 that typically are seeing the patients, but a completely different person that's like, all right, you get the shit weekend holiday thing. So, and the prosecution went out of their way to make it sound like she was receiving the best possible care during her weekend stay, which is bullshit. And I just wish he could have found someone who was working there at the time, but let's see what happens.
But I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to, at minimum, have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
So are you aware in this case
There's
that
another problem.
McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery
Yes.
indicating how many doctors,
here we go.
nurses, and
Yes.
safety workers? Did you have a chance to read that?
I
Is
did.
it the same as when you were there?
Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to what, 2023 it was. So it didn't, that was how it was
There
when I
you go.
started.
Now she's relevant.
Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those 2 units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
There you go.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case
Yes.
As a bias
on
to
what,
it all.
YouTube or something? Or
Yeah.
Ian
Whatever
TV?
you can, yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that
Yes.
right?
You mean the
And-
direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct.
the direct.
Sorry,
Clancy.
you're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination.
Seemed like a cross.
And the focus
For
was
God's
on
sakes.
the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right. Mhm.
And that she was there for that.
I'm just going to go back, you guys. So that's how Reddington solved the problem. He solved the problem by having her look at the records and confirming that they have the same staff to patient ratio and did the same things they did when she was there, continuing in to January of 2023, or December to January of 2023. So he I think solved that problem, but we'll see.
Was on the fact that
I'll be
when,
back.
you're right.
You mean the
And-
direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct of
Sorry,
Patrick Clancy.
you're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right. Mhm.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and then I
Right.
think the following Monday was a holiday?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being number one hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
Will you re-ask that question? I think I understand, but
Okay, when you were watching on the television,
yeah.
you saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of
Right.
Patrick Clancy.
Yep.
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the
Right.
STU
Yep.
on holiday weekend, New Year's.
Yes. Yes.
Was there all that weekend
Right.
into a holiday.
Right.
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick
Right.
inquired as to whether he was aware that it was
Yes.
the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
Yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience that
Mhm.
you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, that's not what I was understanding. No.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on, day after day, working in the STU
It's still
for
a
all
problem
of those
with it.
years.
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there. So I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, you know, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team. So you're making all the decisions for the patients. And so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you. So in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Now, you came out with a TikTok or
I did.
a reel or whatever you call it.
Yeah, TikTok.
And would you agree with me that you were pretty angry when you did that?
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings, and the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious
Right.
symptomology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And then the
you
Commonwealth
were
tried to
upset
impeach her.
about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay, and that they felt that it was not
Productive.
bluntly any help.
Yes, and there's very minimal like family contact when the main treatment team is not there, so it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient, so most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok was observed by me, and I tried to reach out to you and
Yes.
couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones,
Yes.
hunt you down, kind of, and ended up
Yeah.
in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. So he wasn't outside of my house, but the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you.
He was,
He was
yes.
able to talk to you,
He was, yes.
get your contact information.
Yes.
Provide that to me.
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you
I think he
initially
gets on.
somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately
Changed my
agreed to
tune.
get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes, yes.
Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period, when did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. I since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December, 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve,
22.
what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is
Right.
significant in the staffing, in the nurse to patient ratio,
And in the
in
program.
the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever.
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
hmm
All right, Commonwealth?
I think she gets on.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are
He didn't like it.
currently
What he did was
a
wrong.
social worker who does their own, a licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
Or when
yeah.
you're saying
Yes.
that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually.
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive, so right now I'm all virtual.
And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a per diem, and that was as a mental health specialist, right?
I didn't start per diem there. I started at a 32-hour position. The per diem, there's another position I held at McLean, which is called a community residence counselor. That was a per diem position. And then the social work position I took after graduating and before I went back to McLean, the short-term unit, that was a per diem position.
So the per diem role that you had, how long did you do that role?
On which unit?
Well, you just said,
Right.
when I asked you about working per diem, you said you were the community resident counselor.
Yes, I
long did you do
mentioned 2 per diem positions, so I just wanted to be clear. I believe it was around a year. It was on the side while I was working on the short-term unit. That was the main unit I worked on, but since I was 32 hours, I was interested in that particular McLean program, so I picked up a shift, every so often, but I was primarily on the short-term unit.
As what, though? As a mental
health specialist, yep.
And so you said once you got your master's, you took on a role of clinical social worker there, right?
So yes, I did.
And that was in September of 2019?
Yes.
And you said you had a chance to review the records that were sent over by McLean, right?
Right.
Now, when you were a social worker from September of 2019 to December of 2021,
Yeah.
what was your schedule?
So I would come in around 9. You could view it as sort of normal business hours. My clinical rounds that I did with all the multidisciplinary staff was at 9:55. So that was kind of a little bit of my start time, but generally probably like 9 to 5, you could say.
And was that Monday through Friday?
Yes, I did cover weekends on occasion. Social workers, you're not required to, but it's kind of highly encouraged. So, every once in a while, I would cover a weekend as a social worker.
And you're aware that the records that came from McLean Hospital indicate that during the time period of January 1st to January 15th of 2023, that the social worker role was a day position that was Monday through Friday.
Yeah.
And that on January 1st, which was a Sunday, there was no social worker there.
Yeah, I saw that.
And on January 2nd, which would have been the observed holiday for
Right.
New Year's, there was no social worker there.
That's what I saw.
Okay.
Proving her point,
And
counselor.
while you would pick up shifts, the majority of your schedule was 9 to 5, Monday through Friday,
Yeah.
from 2019 to 2021.
Yeah, I mean, I did regularly pick up weekends, but yes, primarily I was there during the week.
Regular.
Now, you provided Attorney Reddington with some kind of like typed up notes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where you outlined kind of what your experience was on the unit and how inpatients were, how inpatient experiences went, like the schedule and that kind of thing. And you noted that as far as the treatment team, which you referred to yourself as a social worker, worked with a psychiatrist, right?
Right.
And you identified that in your experience, there was 3 teams, red, green, or blue.
Yes.
But you are also aware that the records show that every day during the week, that the treatment team of a social worker and a psychiatrist, there was 4 social workers and 4 psychiatrists that were on shift.
Right.
So where's the 4th?
So the numbers aren't equal. So the medical director often took residents. So he would have a little bit less of a caseload. The lead social worker on the unit, she would go in between the different units. So she would take a smaller caseload on one unit. So for example, I had 8 patients on my caseload, but one of my social work colleagues would have 6. So it's not an even distribution of the 3, some of the doctors and some of the social workers just carried a different number of caseload. So,
but your testimony today, after having now reviewed the records, is that it's always been 4 social workers, 4 doctors.
Yeah, I didn't say that there wasn't before.
Well, we don't. That's why you're here, because we don't know.
Yeah, I just thought I answered your question. So, but yes.
And you came aware of this case by watching the trial, right?
Yes.
And so,
I like.
Would you say that you
were? Hard time.
How many days of the trial did you watch?
I didn't watch TikTok, but
all of them up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last content of testimony that you remember watching?
I believe it was maybe Patrick's friends, or I was aware that there were doctors testifying. Mr. Reddington made sure I was not watching anymore, and that there were doctors coming up that were particularly important for me to not watch.
And you were asked by Attorney Reddington here about observing that testimony or the direct examination of Patrick. And I think he mentioned where it was referred to that McLean was the best hospital in the country. Do you recall that being the question that was asked of Patrick Clancy?
I don't recall.
And in fact, the Commonwealth didn't ask about his opinions of the status of the hospital, but did just verify with reference to records whether or not he knew his wife participated in particular things that were contained within the records. Do you see that in the testimony?
Yes.
And so you're aware that the testimony actually was that or the question was, were you aware that she declined groups?
Yes.
And that's based on records you've never seen, right?
Correct.
And as far as the contact with the staff and the doctors, meaning nurses or social workers or whatnot, you haven't reviewed any of those records, right?
I have not.
And so you don't know the extent of what the interaction was with the nurse and the patient, do you?
I mean, there are some general guidelines that you have to follow. I can't tell you the content within them, but for example, mental health specialists, you're not supposed to meet with a patient longer than 20 minutes because you have other things to do. So I can't speak specifically to what happened in those conversations, but I know the general gist of how everybody's role works.
It might have changed.
But you, when you say everybody's role, did you ever perform the role of a nurse?
No, but I work directly with them. I'm operating on the job description. It says specifically you're under the direction of the nurse. So I worked directly with nurses.
Do you go through the same training as a nurse?
No.
As far as what your knowledge is of mental health specialists, fair to say the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with a psychiatrist.
Sorry, I'll pause. You guys want me to go back? And you know what? I do talk during movies, so I am the worst. So am I talking too much over her? I'm just saying, well, I'll pause next time. But I was just surprised at how much you guys don't like her. I'm hoping you're warming up to her. But you know, I like her, and I think there are still some issues with whether or not she's fully relevant on everything, because there's still some things that might have changed. I think he closed the gap as much as he can, but let's hear it.
And primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrist. Yep.
And then you transitioned to the last time you were employed as a mental health specialist there and did that work yourself was in May of 2019.
Yep.
And then you transitioned to being a social worker where you worked closely with the psychiatrist and primarily Monday through Friday.
Yeah, psychiatrists, the nurses, and the mental health specialists, you all really work together.
And you can only attest to what you would put in a note, right? As far as your contact with a patient as a social worker?
No, you have access to all of the patients on the unit. So I'm able, and it's not a HIPAA violation to do that because we all work together. Sometimes I cover other social workers' patients. So I do have access. You have access to all of the records in every patient's file. So you can read everybody's notes.
I guess my question, and that probably was a bad question, but my question is to you. Mm-hmm. When you are the social worker for a patient on the treatment team that you've described,
yep,
you enter the information into the note for the social worker that becomes part of the record.
Correct.
And those are your words, your observations, your contact.
Correct.
You don't write them for other people, do you?
No, but we have to follow a certain format. So for example, we have to write a biopsychosocial note, which is a fairly lengthy assessment, but that's a social work. I learned that in grad school, so I don't know how everybody writes their notes, but we have to follow a pretty strict format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 patients on my caseload, so I have to see 8 patients every day. And so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
That wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information having left there in 2020?
Oh, Jesus. Sorry. I went to pause it. Reopen, close tab. Damn it. All right, you guys. Give me a second. Oh, Lord. Tech wizardry. Oh, got to do this and this and this and go back. Let's see where this is.
So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the Emily Thorndike, THO. I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December 2021. Up until that point.
What point? What day?
I'm not remembering the date exactly. Last Thursday, not last Thursday, but the Thursday before.
What was the last concert? Best thing about. So you
I know the general gist of how format to write our notes.
And is it your testimony that McLean requires only that each social worker spends a particular period of time or a max amount of time with each patient to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I have 8 patients on my caseload, so I have to see.
All right, I was pausing to come say, this is the change. This is a change that she can't attest to, right? It's not going to be in the notes, whether McLean still says you can only spend 20 minutes or whatever it was. But I think he's going to have to I think he'll let her testify to some of this. I honestly do now. I've changed my tune. I did not think she was going to be relevant.
8 patients every day. And so you are limited with how much time you can spend with them because there's several other tasks I have to do. So you really can't spend a significant amount of time with your patients.
That wasn't my question. My question was, does McLean tell you that you can only spend 5, 10, or 15 minutes with a patient?
Yes, it's directly told from the people above me. It's something that's communicated in a way where you could sort of get in trouble if you're not doing that. So yes, it comes directly from McLean.
And do you have any information, having left there in 2021, that the same people supervising the social workers were giving those same instructions?
I mean, no, I don't know that.
There, that's the problem. That's the problem with that part of her testimony. I'm still hoping some of it comes in. I agree. Rose Harris. Because they missed.
Do you know anything about how many people were actually occupying beds between January 1st and January 5th of 2023?
No, it obviously has a max of, so I don't know how many patients were there, but you can have up to 22 there. So, yeah.
And you've also indicated in your notes to Attorney Reddington that sometimes the people that are there for a particular period of time have the ability to go out on passes for weekends.
Correct. Yes.
Does that, in your experience, did that tend to happen around holidays?
Yes.
And so you don't know between January 1st and January 5th of 2023 who might have been assigned to a bed there but out on a pass that weekend, do you?
No, I don't know what happened that weekend.
And that would affect how many people are actually occupying the beds would affect the ratio of staff to patient during that time period, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, I mean, it's the same amount of staff there. Are you saying like they're
right,
meeting
it's the same amount of staff regardless because it's by shift, right?
Right.
So if the unit has 22 beds in it, but say 5 people are off on a pass for that weekend, then the same staff that are there for the entire weekend have 5 less patients.
No. You're still assigned. Every patient has to be assigned to a mental health specialist and a nurse. And so when you go on a pass, there's a limit. And day and evening shift, like the limit of the pass is 8 hours. So no matter what, you have to check in with your staff person before you leave for your pass, and you have to check in with your assigned staff when you come back. So there's no patient who's not assigned to somebody. It's just they might not be on the unit the whole time when you're on your shift.
Okay, so if they're not, they might not
the whole time, she said,
lose a patient on their load.
Yeah.
For instance, but that person isn't there that they have to check in with every so often, or they have to check in with about groups or keep track of or meet with, right? If they're on a pass and they're out of the facility for 8 hours, they're physically not present, and that worker doesn't have eyes on them.
Yeah, you only check in once per shift anyway. So if they're going, you check in with them before, and when they come back, you check in with them after. But yes, you're not checking in with them when they're off the unit.
And
you don't know what the numbers were?
No, I don't.
During that time period.
Yeah, where are the records? This shouldn't be a mystery. I can't stand it.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right.
Hey, I love it. People are subscribing.
All right, Ms. Reddington, I'll hear you on the motion.
Going up.
You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
18,000 of you right now. Go subscribe. It's a free button.
Witness has the educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed.
I think
according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. Indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates the skeleton crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So, I'm not looking to bring her in to disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean, to corroborate the fact, as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Come on.
Your Honor, would object to the witness, and even now after the voir dire, I think it's clear that the best evidence of what the defendant was provided by way of care, treatment, however you want to call it, is the record in and of itself. It's the record from McLean that documents each and every contact she had with each and every person that was on staff during the time period she was there. Now, just to be clear, there's been some indication that she went there on the 31st of December, but the records are clear to say she was transported and she didn't arrive at McLean until the early morning hours of January 1st. So that's when the records start. And they document her each and every day and each and every step of the way, consistent with how Dr. Goodhart described the process of how you're intake and then how you go through the day and what the general schedule is in the contact with the treatment team. This witness is offering no more information than what's contained within the record and no more information that's what's contained in the records that were just received for the trial subpoena. And I would suggest to you that the fact that she, in her last role as a social worker from 2019 to 2021, where she was a day staff person that worked Monday through Friday, that wasn't there on the weekends, that she does have a limited amount of information, and it's attenuated, more attenuated than we had initially believed, from the dates in which the defendant was at this particular hospital. So I would suggest, or I would object and argue that the best evidence is the records in and of themselves, the records that now have been subpoenaed that can be admitted to identify the particular staff. I'd also like to point out that counsel is referring to offering this to rebut certain inferences or certain statements that the Commonwealth made in the direct examination of Mr. Clancy, but no one has said that McLean is a #1 hospital. That wasn't the testimony. That wasn't the question put before him. It was simply what he knew, what he observed, and if he knew what was contained within the record. So there's been no presentation of evidence that would suggest that a person needs to come in to dispute that the groups are the groups. The court and the jury can see from the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the common.
You misled the jury. You did this. I really hope the judge lets it in, at least some of it, really, because she misled the jury, and it's been going on, and all of what she's saying right now is bullshit vomiting out of her mouth. Oh, well, let the record speak to it. You're the one that challenged all of this. Looping back.
From the record what the groups were, and they can make their own decisions based on what they described them to be in the record, if that was treatment or not treatment. I don't believe that the Commonwealth presented it as treatment. I believe the Commonwealth presented it as resources available to the individual while they were there at the hospital. The treatment piece or the therapy comes from the psychiatrist, which this witness can't testify to because she's not. So I would object for her to being called as a witness for those reasons.
All right. All right. Well, I'm looking at this really as a kind of two issues. First is late disclosure of the witness, and I'm not, and that goes into a whole different analysis, and also analysis under Rule 403, which is relating to relevant evidence.
Might not let it in.
And as that proposed rule says, evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of, that part doesn't apply. First off, I find this witness credible. I find that, and I appreciate her being willing to offer the information that she has, but that's not always the whole finding on this. And so under cases such as Taylor versus Illinois, Commonwealth versus Dunning, Commonwealth versus Steinmeier, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though,
The probative value.
the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality. That's hard to say.
Reality.
Because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel. They're working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any five-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury, but I didn't see any mentions that this was a five-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the
So give us
records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote unquote skeleton crew that was on for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Ms. Clancy was there, that's reflected in the records. There also in the records here is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. And so I'm going to
deny it.
Deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before. So there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. We'll come back and we'll resume the trial. Okay.
Court, all rise.
All right.
I know
So
it's a technicality, no way objection.
Duly noted. Thank you.
hold on a second. Just wait till. Oh, we can do this because I'm assuming Court TV is going to start talking soon. All right, so I'll tell you this much, guys. The judge is not getting reversed on something like this by any stretch of the imagination. No matter what, this is not that kind of ruling. Secondly, I think because of the records, he's got somewhat of a point, but at the end of the day, all of this shouldn't have mattered this much, but who made it matter was the Commonwealth. Now, my initial up until today perspective was this witness isn't relevant, and I didn't see how he was going to make her relevant. But I tend to get optimistic as I'm hearing it. I'm like, all right, she reviewed the records. It's the same. The programs are the same. There's some stuff here. He might let it, because if you remember back when this first came up, he was sort of harsh with the Commonwealth about, well, you did make it seem like there was, she was getting the same treatment. And, you did kind of make it seem like there wasn't a skeleton crew, but he feels like those issues are resolved through the records. So, denied, which is what I thought at first. And then, of course, like I said, I get optimistic and I get my hopes up. It's like what I do when I start to research an issue and I'm like, I can win it. I can do it. I can do it. And then you're like, denied. Which is probably what Reddington thinks with the whole mistrial thing. I just thought that honestly, part of my thinking was like, the defense should be getting the benefit of anything. If there's any probative value, you let them in, because there has been so much prejudice by this Commonwealth, by this trial, that the defense should get the longest leash. And he could be saying, there's been some shit I seen, and I'm going to let them do this, even though I might not have otherwise. I might have found that the prejudicial value is not outweighed by the probative nature, or that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudice. But there's been a lot of shit here in this courtroom, and y'all have, been misleading this jury left and right. So I'm going to let them do it. Take that. But, that doesn't happen, except in my mind. What? Cupcakes are coming. Why? Mel take a lunch break? Because I love it when I get some cupcakes. Yeah. And he said 2:15, because I guess he's got to give all of them enough time to eat as well. We've got Law Nerd and Stephanie with the jewels. Love the jewels. I flagged this. It's Kevin Reddington's ring. And she's letting us know, when I say, and now that it says 19,000, we're talking about most of you out there on X, got to come over here, which they never really do. So Kevin Reddington's ring is saying, I wouldn't stream on Twitter and make them come here where you make some money on it and you can get some subs. I used to say that to Bob. I'm like, if you don't stop streaming on X, and then I was like, all right, stream on X a day, and then don't stream on X. And they're like, where's that stream? Oh, maybe I need to go to YouTube to get it. And then I kept yelling at him, stop putting the stream on X. And I talked to a friend of mine. She's like, don't you want more? Isn't it always better to get seen more? I was like, yes, you're right. And my theory hadn't worked of the whole tease X and be like, here I am. And then don't be there and be like, you got to come to me. But it doesn't work. So, but in any event, just hop over and sub. But we have been doing so well. We jumped a whole, getting up that to 74. That was quick. So I'm super appreciative. And maybe some of y'all out there on X did come over. You're like, all right, I'll give her a bone. She said some good shit. I'll hop over. I'll take that minute. But a lot of times, there was 60,000, 80,000 views on the stream yesterday on YouTube. Views on YouTube. And, man, if those people would just sub, wouldn't life be a wonderful thing? Wouldn't that make up for all this time? But I appreciate you guys all. So don't take it like I'm not saying that I don't, but I always joke all right, well, let's get up to 100,000. All right, well, let's just get up to 1 million, But Dog Mom and Kit Kat and Jen Fox and Law Nerd, I think I already said, Jules, love the Jules, Phoenix, Jules, Mother of Ferrets, Christy, L'Oreal, Lorelei, sorry, Paula, PNP, Ruby, Amy, Jules, love them. Han H says, no attempt. That's due to 24-hour one-on-one care. Yes, and I understand you must have been back some, but I was saying the same shit. Because the prosecutor's like, well, she hasn't made another attempt since January 24th, 2023. Has she, doctor? No, is the answer. Well, yeah, you just got done saying how she's been on literally one-on-one, if not more, care every day, since that day, since that moment. Hey, Sheila likes Texas. Thanks for your generosity. 20 DD memberships. Shaboogies says, I bet she, the last witness, lost all her money at Beachbody MLL too. She had a nice body. Thank you. Jules from UDTEG. NPV is queen, says Commonwealth. I didn't say those words, so I didn't argue it. E.g., I didn't say I was pregnant. I said I wouldn't have a period and would be giving birth. For fuck's sake, such bullshit. 100% that. 100% that. The Commonwealth didn't argue this. 100% that. I am so with you. That is like abso-fucking-lutely. I love it. I love it. And thanks for your generosity. Optopoppet says the whole Sir Cross, Sir Redirect is bananas to me. Shouldn't questioning end at Redirect? So it's supposed to be that it ends at Redirect. And then there can be like a recross only on something new that somehow got introduced on Redirect. And then again on Sir blah blah blahs only if something new came out. He's lenient with it, I think. And they stand up as though it's automatic anyway. You know, they're like, they don't even act like they need to be told it's okay. But I hear you. GB Packer fan in Trenchbull's opening, she says it's not about the Lindsay Clancy now. It's about Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023. Yet on Dr. Zeizel's cross, she brought up her 4 months after. Which is it? Yeah, I mean, a lot of you were saying that in the chat. It's like, come on. Okay, come on. Dog Grooming Danny says, I swear the prosecuting attorney is hearing a Law and Order da-dum, while everyone is here is seeing and hearing the balloon whiz out around the room, clueless. I mean, most of the times, and this is from 11:28. So yeah, at that point in time was like for sure. That was right around the time that she was doing what GB Packer was just talking about, for like 20 minutes about what she was doing on her kids' birthdays. Thanks both of you for your generosity. KD, Iowa, more pickle, Travis in the house, Jenny Lulu, love the jewels. Thanks for the jewels. Lacey Lace says, just a thank you. Oh, for all the wonderful work you and Bob do. Well, thank you for your generosity. I love it. I love it. More jewels, Sea Riddles. OG Feisty Cookie, member for 20 months. That's pretty OG. Wouldn't watch trials with anyone else. Well, thank you. You're great. Thank you. Jules from Mark. Floyd ATX, apologies if you've answered this, but do you think Patrick will be called again? So, like my best... So my best like gauge of this is Bob, who's also not like trying to like interrogate Reddington or, learn anything. He hasn't seen any sign of it, but he's just guessing as well. I mean, we all took note of the fact that Patrick's lawyer was in the courtroom, Bob told us, holding court at a sidebar, which makes you think that that's because Patrick has, they're wanting to call Patrick again. So, I mean, it is possible that something new came up and that he might have to call Patrick again, even though they tried to avoid it. So I think it's a possibility, but I don't know. I don't know. Hey, Boston girl, new member, welcome. As my husband likes to say, family hugs. Music to my soul. Did you see Bettero's ex this morning? Quote, any such mistrial 100% would have been caused by the prosecution and should result in a complete end to the matter. I mean, I didn't see it, but I 100% agree, as you guys know. Like crossing my fingers, begging and pleading, wishing, like, if so lucky I don't have the contact information for Reddington, be like, sorry, I just want to text you. Are you going to do this thing? It's also, though, really hard during trial. Like, I have raised something during trial and then had to wait like a couple days, like, and have like my mind come down and be like, is that the shit that they just did? And like raise it. And the judge was like, this is 2 days later. The hell? I don't know. It's hard sometimes, but I think that Reddington's making conscious decisions based on what he thinks the best strategy is, and that, I've got faith in that strategy. Although I really, really, really want him to ask for a mistrial, and I really, really, really want him to ask for a curative instruction on the whole cross-examination of Dr. La Posada. They introduced false evidence, false information through their questioning to try and attempt to impeach, and could have and impeached a defense witness, La Posada, with the whole, there's no evidence anywhere. No one has ever said they had to untie it. I mean, it's misleading. He said he took it off, and he said Patrick said he had to take the bands off the children, and he said that they were tied like a shoe, but without the bow. So the Commonwealth can't get away with that shit. Now, yes, Reddington can deal with it in closing, and he's probably confident that they'll look so bad in closing, like he doesn't want to worry about shit that the judge is going to be like, okay, I hear you, but no. I mean, we've all seen it. Like you guys said earlier, you want Alessi to be arguing the most egregious, even with such like strong arguments, such strong points. A court's just going to be like, wah, wah. It's like the older you get, the more you know it's futile, and I'm not going to do it, but I want it to happen. Like, I want them to be slapped with like the force of the judge and be told they can't do this shit. But, works much better in my brain. It's what I want. That's all I can say. It's what I want. Hey, did we get through everything? Oh no, there's more. There's more. I mean, I think I got everything above, so let me go down. Let's see. Get your questions. Mama Bird, E Chase, Shelly, thanks for the jewels. Nothing further. Thanks for and Madam Clerk and Jenny and Hockey and Sea Breezy with 1,000 jewels. I feel like that's a lot. Seems significant. But I love that the jewels allow you guys to like support in whatever ways you can, spread your support across multiple creators. And I appreciate even 2 jewels. So thank you, Mac. Vanny Annie, love your Chi-Town banter. I'm really an East Coast girl, but I hear you. I hear you. My husband will remind me that as of now, with my late age, and my brain fog, that I have lived in Illinois longer than I've lived in Philadelphia. So, but where you're born and raised, that's where you're at. That's where you're from. This is where I live. I will always be from Philadelphia. So, but thank you. I appreciate the sentiment. Just, I gotta stand firm on my East Coast. Represent Carolina. The search ended. Sweet and spicy. Donley girl. Love the jewels. Thank you. G.A. Hello Kitty says, as far as being prescribed new meds, doctors have given me samples of medicine that wouldn't show in CVS. Is that how Lindsay Clancy received medication? I don't think we should be jumping any conclusions of anything we haven't heard. We basically heard from every single provider she had. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. And I say it's not really a limb and say, I don't think so. I don't think so. But what I've said before, and I'll say again, I think it's very clear that she would fill a prescription, have some trepidation, especially with starting a new medication. We know that Lindsay Clancy has fears around starting new medication and then not take it the first day. Plus, if she filled it at night, not take it the first day, So that would have given her, if it wasn't the first day, 1 extra for a double up. If it wasn't the second day, 2 extra to double up twice. But again, I actually agree with what the Commonwealth said. She kept pretty good records. I mean, what the hell do the records say? I also agree. How can you actually trust the records of someone you're saying that you can't trust? And just because she kept what looks like good records, we have no idea if they are good records because we don't know about like when things were really, really bad. And so I take back what I just said about her keeping good records. I don't know. But thank you. Hello, Kitty. Jay Dick says, I'm guessing you got a bunch of new subscriber after the Como interview that Bob did. It was really a great conversation. Well, then I love it. Keep going, babe. My man, if you don't know, he's out there. He's out there in mass. He's in the courtroom. And Lauren Conlon, who guys we talked about earlier, she said she's sitting right behind him. And I was like, because I was trying to get her to come on with me. And then I'm like, well, why don't you go on with Bob in the evening for the Inside the Courtroom Live? And that takes place after the court day with my husband giving a recap and all the things that went on in the courtroom that we can't see with our own eyes. So don't miss that. Don't miss that. And if you subscribe to the channel, because, you know, he's traveling and some, you know, it changes. He posts that shit last minute. You'll get a little notification when it's coming. So do it. Do it. A bow for a bow. Kalu. Thanks for the jewels. Brian, our wonderful mod and member for 27 months. It's like she's paying me to do work for me. Appreciate you. If you comment in the interview, mention DD, please. Yes, people, if you're commenting in whatever interview this is that my husband did, God, I need to figure out all this stuff. It's like we're not talking enough, clearly. He's probably mentioned it, and I don't know what is it? Is that the thing like in the Post or something? Or a globe? Is that what that is? But yes, mention Defense Diaries, the podcast, the YouTube, and Buried Inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation. That's where it all started before all the new, more recent, what are they called? Documentaries on Netflix and on, I forget who else did one, who didn't get it all, but what they did get came from there. It started there. It's the end all. It's the be all. It's everything about that damn investigation and about that trial. Who's Bob's father represented John Wayne Gacy. So got the inside scoop. We had the whole trial file. We had the transcripts. We did it all. Thank you, Brian. More jewels from Donley Girl. Carissa says, thank you, Allie and mods, for covering Lindsay Clancy and hosting the cupcakes. Welcome, cupcakes. So glad, because now we got people on actual YouTubes. We got those cupcakes. Love the cupcakes. Love Mel. And glad you guys have been supporting us. That's also probably where we got a lot more subs from too. Is all the cupcakes that haven't been here. I know many of you cupcakes have been with us many times, and we love you here. But maybe there were a bunch of new cupcakes. So thank you, Mel. Thank you, Mel. She's great. I love Mel. Great human, fun human. Melanie, Kaon, Iowa, Carolyn, Kilu, all with the jewels. Thank you. Tiff Knox, another OG member and mod, you know, supporting me to help me. Allie, you are the best. No, Tiff, you and our mods are the best. And that's faux show. That is facts, truth. Bodie with the jewels. The Danish lady gifted a membership. Well, thanks for your generosity and welcome to whoever got it. Bayou Girl says, thanks for the free membership. Oh, there you go. She got it. Loving the channel. See y'all at Jazz Fest next year. Oh, you will. You will. That is one thing we cannot miss. We will not miss. We missed a year. We missed a year. The year of the wedding. So was that 2 years ago? But we won't miss it again. I mean, I guess if another kid gets married and we have a lot of things going on, but it'd have to be a lot. It'd have to take a lot. Love Jazz Fest. All the after shows. That's where it's at Jazz Fest. If you don't know, but if you know, you know. You know where to go. And it's not Bourbon Street. Hannah says, what would actually be the strategic benefit of a mistrial for Lindsay Clancy at this point? Wouldn't it give the Commonwealth a do-over and fix their mistakes? All right, so I've explained this a couple times, and I'm not faulting you. It's just going to show like people are coming and going. So I'm going to explain it again. So some of you may have heard this already. I 100% agree with you. 100%. If there was any chance that the Commonwealth could get a do-over and retry her, I would say don't ask for a mistrial. But my suggestion was ask for a mistrial contingent upon saying to the judge, but only if you make a finding that the Commonwealth intentionally acted in this manner because they wanted to goad the defense into requesting a mistrial because their case was weak or deteriorating, or they were concerned about their ability to win, to make their case, to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if he made those findings, there would be no redo. There would be no retrial. Double jeopardy would attach, and that's it. And he could make that argument that, Your Honor, because I think we're winning, which is why I think the Commonwealth did this. I'm not asking for a mistrial unless you make this specific finding. If not, I'll take my chances and let this go to the jury, despite this unconstitutional bullshit that these prosecutors are doing. So, but I 100% agree with your point, Hannah, which is the same question Shonda asked. Why do you hope for a mistrial? I'd put Lindsay Clancy through it again. No. Just like I said, that is not the mistrial I want. No. So I 100% agree. If the judge wasn't going to make that finding, you finish this. It's never getting better than this. It's the best case that could ever get presented as far as from the defense's point of view, as far as I can see. And, sorry, I need some nicotine. It's like nicotine. It's the worst. It's the worst. Hospice RN Autumn says, late today, sorry if you answered it. Is it standard practice to proceed with charges before having an expert opinion results? I'd say yes. I think they said the Commonwealth hired in 2026. When the Commonwealth is hiring, just for all of you out there, when they arrest and charge somebody and then go and hire an expert to examine them, it is not to determine the truth. I promise you that. It is just to counter any potential mental health, defect being raised by the defendant. Now, if they arrested or, and said, hey, look, we're not sure we want to charge you, go through this mental health evaluation and we'll see. In the history of the world, that's never happened. It can happen while it's pending. So this is the typical scenario, and I've had it happen numerous times. And we saw in our Mental Health Awareness Day live, where you guys were sharing your stories and getting support from, our community. We had a woman with an otherwise just heart-wrenching story, but where they actually, the defense attorney went to now just like Commonwealth is just in my mind, to the government about the mental health issues. They took into account the mental health evaluation and they dismissed the charges, or maybe reduced it to a misdemeanor. I can't remember which, but it was something. I think it ended it. And that is typically how it happens. They don't do it on the front end. They don't consider, should I even arrest this person? That's just not the way our system works. They arrest first and they wait for the defense to present you with some sort of mitigation or defense. And if you're able to do that, sometimes, when you've got a good, decent prosecutor, they say, you know what, you're right. I'll dismiss it. I'll lower it. I'll give them supervision. I'll do something like that. So typically it's on the defense attorney to have their expert do an evaluation, to present that to the Commonwealth, and to convince the Commonwealth that this person was not criminally responsible, or it's such a mitigating factor that they shouldn't charge, or they should cut a break. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. So the rest of Hospice RN's question was, how was it determined if she was criminally responsible without reports? No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is they assume everyone's criminally responsible and they wait for you to tell them otherwise. Carolyn with the jewels. Thank you. Aura. Now, is that Illinois or is that Colorado or is that a whole different Aurora? Not even a town. Much love from DD Fam and A. I don't know. Oh, and a cupcake. I got to put on like my cheaters. Like those cupcakes, sometimes I don't see them. I actually got a bunch new, but who knows where they are. Oh, Lord. Try to keep track of a pair of cheaters in this house. That's why Bob, he won't let me get my hands on his. He'll be like, no, they'll disappear. So like I'll usually buy them in a pack, and then Bob's will stay Bob's and won't disappear unless I get my hands on them. Lee and Tiff, thank you for the jewels. Lorelei Ann says, Red, but he needs to push back more with Judge, in my opinion. I mean, we feel that way. And sometimes I feel that way, but he knows this Judge. He sounds like these guys have been walking the halls for some time. That's the sense that I get with these two, you know? And often it doesn't work. A judge never changes their mind. I think in all of my career, on an actual motion to reconsider, like a significant, substantial issue, I've seen a judge change their mind once, I think. But as far as like they're leaning one way and then I say something else and they're like, all right, okay, you got me, counsel. That does happen sometimes. But, you know, it's like saying what I want to hear doesn't mean it's what we should be hearing, you know, because I want to hear a lot. I want to hear some shit. I want like an acknowledgement that what they did was wrong. Lindy, thank you, Jules. My dog loves blueberries. Wait, can dogs eat blueberries? Oh yeah, blueberries isn't the issue. What am I thinking? Grapes and raisins. Yeah. Cupcake here, just learned about you. Thank you. See, Cupcake's just learning about me. I mean, me and Mel have done stuff together for a while now. I'd have to go back over a year. So I'm glad that you Cupcakes are now learning of us. So thank you. Don't forget to subscribe. Love you. Gotta work it. Proud boomer. Well, Martin's and mayhem. Martinis and mayhem. I need my 20-year-old with me. She's always fixing me on you guys' names. I forget what the one yesterday was. It was so bad. I don't know. But welcome, and as my husband would say, family hug. Stephanie and Mezzo thanks for the jewels. Dolo says, thanks for having us Cupcakes while Mel is busy doing college family things. Love you, Bob and Cam. I was telling Mel, I was like, look, we just sent Cameron to an apartment in Chicago. And we're like, oh, our daughter's gone. And now she's got one in Hawaii. I mean, I'd love to have gone to college in Hawaii, tell you honest to God truth. But so far away. So I was like, I can't imagine what you're going through. And I know that Mel's, you know, she's a mom. And it's hard for her. I think she's done now. Like, this is her last, right? And I know it's hard for her. Jesse Charles, thank you. Not Your Lawyer 2030 says 20 years in criminal law in Massachusetts, worst ADA, and that's saying a lot. I mean, seriously, why is the judge not like, I know, I'm asking stupid questions. Grave concerns. We'd love it if someone, you know, someone on the bench in Massachusetts would ever point their grave concerns where they belong. For God's sakes. Oh, and now Jesse's a member for 6 months. Thanks for your continued support. Late, but here. Welcome. Welcome. And I don't mind you guys asking questions twice. I'm just advance apologizing when people who might have been here all along are hearing me say the same things twice. Not that you did that, Jesse. It was just making me think of it. You know, people come and go. I get it. Jen, Purple Mountain. Mimi. Thanks for the jewels. All right. Hospice RN is following up. Thanks for your continued generosity. Thanks for answering. Seems backwards. In healthcare, we would never diagnose without testing evidence first. Your coverage is superb. Cam is great. Love the younger perspective. Yeah, I'm almost like hoping, is Cam going to be like, hi, mommy. I was going to come back with you again. But no. I give way much less pressure than Bob does. Like, come on, people want to hear from you. Go join your mommy. Because I'm like, she just got in her apartment. She's trying to live her best life, you know. She's about to start school. And sometimes I think, like, you guys are so generous when she comes. I'm like, she needs that money bank. But I know yesterday she was worked up about the case, and she's been following it. So she's going to hear me say that. And she'll be like, oh, Mom, you know that's not why. I know that's not why. Oh, wait, let me change this banner. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because we're going through stickers, so it won't be on there. And I appreciate it. Cam is great. That's my 20-year-old, for those of you who don't know. She covered the trial the first week while Bob and I were out of town. Should have been inaccessible, but Bob still found ways to get on. So she's invested. She's fully invested, and I'm so glad you guys are all supporting her so much. It's been amazing. She got over 1,000 on her new YouTube channel, which will be the landing spot for her student films once she starts making them. Amanda, thanks for the jewels. GB Packer, continuing, always giver with the generosity. How does the jury know to verify the treatment she got via the records if the misrepresentation isn't brought back up, telling them to check the records? 100%. I mean, it's going to be brought back up in closing. But it goes to what we were saying. Like, I think the judge needs to give a curative instruction. And I still think there needs to be something about what that witch did in trying to impeach Dr. La Posada with false evidence. So I'm trying to keep regulated, you guys. And usually, you know, I mean, obviously I'm feisty and I get worked up, but this is the thing. Bob, I'm so sorry the Sox lost yesterday. Not. I'm assuming you mean the White Sox, but he was at a Red Sox game yesterday. Don't pick on my Sox, the White Sox. Oh, they've been doing great. And now I don't like to hear they're losing. She must be a Packer. Oh, wait, that's football. What would maybe she's a Cubs fan, or maybe you're talking about the Red Sox. I don't know. Busy LDRN, new member. Welcome. We love all the medical, healthcare, mental health workers in the chat. It's so great to have you guys available with the quick typing of a chat. Throw a question out there. And again, that check out the Mental Health Awareness Day Live. We will have another one. We do have the mental health support group on Facebook. I know apparently it's been hard for people to find. It doesn't make any sense. I thought you go to like the Defense Diaries Facebook page and it says the groups. So I thought, but you guys know, or many of you here don't already know. But so for those of you who don't know, I got off social media when it was the social dilemma. Hey, recall. I can't believe I can recall sometimes. And like was like, I'm gone, world. And like at a post that like 7 people saw, but then I really did get off and I wasn't doing anything. And I was occasionally doing Twitter when it was like, but in a whole different world, for like my friend and I were members on the board of like I guess just would call it well, it doesn't matter. So I was getting on Twitter for that, but that would be it. And then I was off everything. And then Bob's like, you have to get on social media and support you can't not be on. And I was like, okay, all right. So that's how I'm back on X. And I'm like afraid of TikTok because I've never, ever been on TikTok, ever. And Bob's trying to do some stuff on TikTok now. I'm like, this shit is addictive. I'm like, almost buying everything. I'm like, oh, that product looks great. Oh, I need my fruit in this thing. And oh, I need my makeup like that. It's like, and I'm like, just stop. I didn't actually really buy things. But if I was like, almost everything I saw, I could want to buy, be like, I could see people getting like just click, 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 So welcome, busy LDRN family hug. I'm out of all liquids now. It's official. Coffee and water. LEF says, really enjoyed Cameron's perspective yesterday. She's so smart and insightful. She really is. She's such a wonderful human being. Not a juror, but I play one on YouTube. Thanks for the jewel. Chrissy Mel says, Allie for the scream jar. Yeah, right. Love your rants yesterday. I was yelling at my TV simultaneously. Yeah, I hear you guys. Billy May says, and thanks for your generosity. Billy May says, did you see TMZ stalking Patrick Clancy, posting pics of him and his wife? I did not, because the last thing I'd ever see is TMZ. But we are going to have, hopefully, I'm trying to coax Lauren Conlon, into coming on with Bob tonight. So let me ask her. So do you think you'll do a live with Bob tonight? The Inside the Courtroom live? Who is in Massachusetts, who is in the courtroom. And if you don't know her, you should, especially if you're like, for all things in the entertainment industry and crime, true crime. So I didn't. But sounds awful. And Sherry Rain says, Cam did great. Aurora Aura answers, and thanks for your generosity. Aurora Aura says, from Wyoming, woke up my grandpa, he was 90 when the Cubs won the pennant. He's on Eastern Standard Time. It was 1 a.m. his time. He stayed up to watch the celebration. Wow. So the Cubs won the pennant. Oh, see, with Bob not in the house, I don't even, like, I'm not even thinking sports, like that. He's my anchor. So I had no idea that happened and like that it's over and whatnot. So, but we're did the Sox and the Cubs, wait, the White Sox and the Cubs played together? That's the only time Bob's not allowed to cheer for the Cubs. Like if they're not playing the Sox, Bob's will support the Cubs. I'm more like, hey, what about our Sox? What about our Sox? Nama Nikki, thank you for the jewels. Miss Priss says, when was the criminal responsibility law changed? Is this when the Commonwealth got their experts? I mean, technically, the statute doesn't look like it changed all that much. And the jury instruction changed, which usually represents a change in the law or an acknowledgement that it doesn't currently, as stated, properly or fully set forth the law. But I didn't see anything in there that would have got them to you know, to switch course, you know? Well, actually, yeah, maybe I would. I'm going to take that back. There was that might have been a 2026 case, might have been a late 2025 case that kind of made it clear that that the prosecution, you know, that their burden is a heavy one. So I take it all back, Miss Priss. And yeah, that would have been, I know I went over this on the live and now I can't remember. See if I still have the window open. I might have closed it this morning, actually. I think I did. Let me see. Let me go so I don't close this window accidentally. Because it's in my history. So let's just. But I had it open actually from days ago. So I kind of have to go back. I probably would have been faster just pull it up again. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. Here we go. So let's see. This might not have the, wait, what? Oh, all right. So, well, darn it. Does this not say when? It was just modified, the instruction this year, but the case that it came down to, well, was either 2026 or 2025, so it would coincide with that. So very good point. How about we just say that? Very good point. Appreciate you and your generosity. Allie, hydrate. Yes, Sarah Mass. I have to run down. Oh, we're almost back. But you know what? Let me make sure I take this live. See, this is what they have right now. So
Exactly last.
I'll just wait. I heard somebody. What's happening? Hey, hold on a sec. Oh, what happened? I can't. You're not up there. Wait, maybe
I don't
it's
know.
There you are.
It could be my. Can you hear me? My
Yes.
signal. Our signal sucks. So we're driving. So first and foremost, I have a
seems
quick
like you're
story.
due back in the courtroom in like 3 minutes.
No, 2:15, and he's always late. So
Okay.
this is going to be a quick update. So, interesting morning in court. Obviously, I thought Zeizel was great. I was trying to get Pat Clancy, Kevin's son, to jump on, but I was like, "You got to come." So, at any rate, I'm sitting in court, and somebody's phone goes off, like in the middle of Zeizel's testimony. I don't know if you guys could hear it, like during the stream. I turn around, and it's none other than Beth, who was our ride from Hull, getting kicked out of the courtroom. So there went our ride. However, because it takes a village to live stream a trial like this and be boots on the ground. The beautiful and wonderful Melanie from Connecticut, who's currently driving me around in her sweet ass Porsche, is also giving us a ride home. She's a hero. So you're a hero. Thank you, Melanie. Say hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you, Melanie.
So she's trying to drive me around. So we have yeah. So that's the current situation. Yeah, we're getting ready to head back in. I damn near had Pat. Like, you guys are gonna love Pat. Pat, I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree with Pat and Kevin. It's like,
Wait, what about that?
He's like just through and through. I was trying to get Pat on as he was walking into the building. I'm like, come and sit in the car and jump on with me. The people love it. He's like, It's like the old man just texted me, WRU. He's like, so he was heading up to his dad. But I'll get him. Also, Dr. Zeizel is definitely coming on the show. I had a nice, he's such a nice guy, you know, and I was telling him he did really well. Did you guys think he did really well? Was the chat?
Yeah.
I thought he crushed it up there.
Yeah.
I thought he was wonderful. So how's it going? What's the general vibe? Are you losing your shit because Kevin hasn't done anything about the, like, not so much even the mistrial shit, that's done, but like the other thing with the, you know, correcting the record. I'll tell
Yeah.
you when I, like, later tonight, I had the conversation with him this morning about what his game plan is with that. You're not going to be happy, babe. I'll just tell you that. I'll just tell you that right now. You're
I
not gonna be
mean,
happy
I
with his
figured. I
decision.
told the people. I'm like, in my head, it sounds amazing, and I want him to do it. But you know, you see what happens when you put up a fight. You get the judge just was like, nah, that expert's
Yeah.
not coming on. She's not testifying.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
knows
Yeah.
better. I'm like, I'll work myself up. I'll do all the research.
I mean,
God.
we knew that was going to be slim and none. You know, the odds of that happening in terms of the
Yeah.
relevance and just being more
Yeah.
prejudicial. I mean, she wasn't there when, you know, she was done. She was gone already. So I was
I know,
figuring,
but I
at
started to
least I
convince
consider it a
myself.
win that he's able to get the staffing records in. You know what I mean? Without having to put somebody to authenticate them in. So that was kind of a win.
Yeah.
Like he's have that, but you know, like, do jurors really sit back there and read records?
I mean, he can just say it and it'll be enough, you know. I mean, they have to lay some sort of foundation, tell them why it's going in. But I was saying that, like, initially I told you, I'm like, this person's not getting in. They didn't work there, period, the end. But then as she starts testifying, I'm like, oh, well, she looked at the records and it's all the same. And, you know, I started thinking like, maybe he's going to let some of it. But,
yeah. See, the problem is like, yeah, my phone's doing that weird crackling. All right, we're heading back in. I love you. I wish I could be on a little longer with you, but lunch kind of got away with
babe,
from us.
Talk to Scoop. See if she'll come on with you tonight.
Oh yeah, I'll see what's up with Scoop. I'll see where
Okay.
she's staying. All right, love you. Bye.
Love you.
Love you,
Bye.
beautiful humans. All right, bye. Bye.
Bye. Don't end the stream.
I'm not gonna end the stream.
That's my husband's MO. Okay. That's what he does. Comes in, ends some shit. Take him off. Bye, husband. It's like a weird thing if you log on to StreamYard from your phone and then you hit to leave, like just leave the stream, it ends it for everybody. So, all right, I do have to hydrate. I got to run down and get some water. And I feel like I want to like stick some food in my face. But I just realized, like, just as Bob was getting on, when I went down with the dog, I like put the smallest amount of soup and like heated it up. And I ended up like with a little blister from that. I was like, geez, that I just felt annoying. So let me go get water and try and stick something in my face, and I'll be right back. And hopefully it doesn't start, Court TV doesn't start talking. You know what? I'll mute it just in case they do. And then I'll just try to remind myself. I'll keep the screen up so I don't forget. Nope, I got to turn off my camera. All right, I'll be right back.
I find that
All right. It's still, see, Court TV. Ugh, yuck. Just plain late shit. All right. Now I got to eat my. See, whenever I get any food near me, my dog wants some because I got my buffalo mozzarella and I always share it with him. So here's what happened. I went downstairs. I was like, all right, let me that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just break up a bunch of pieces of buffalo mozzarella, the salt and pepper and crushed red pepper, which actually you don't need, buddy. And it was like weird. The consistency was weird. And I was like, what's wrong with this cheese? And then I look at the date. I'm like, the date is good. I'm going to eat this cheese. But then when I ate it, the consistency was so off that I was like, I can't eat this. So I got really disappointed. And I was like, now what am I going to do? And then I found 3 pieces left in an old pack. So look, he's down there I want some. And I'm like, but I want some. And a handful of pretzels. So I'll be right back. I'll put the screen back up, muted. Or I'll just leave it not and turn my camera off. Not back yet, but since y'all are nervous about it, I'll put up the stream. They're playing the old stuff. I can let it play. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I have the tiniest bit of more cheese. It is not live. We are not live. Actually, I'm gonna take it back away because then maybe it's confusing people even more.
The jury, but allowing the records expanded records of McLean Hospital to go to the jury. Let's bring in our guests, see what they think about this. We have criminal defense attorney Joanna Nieves and law enforcement and litigation expert Sonny Slaughter. Sonny, what do you think about the judge's decision? Is this the right move here?
Yes, I believe it's the right move because you don't want to further complicate it with someone that hasn't been there for a very long time. And then people find out she saw the case on TikTok and that's how she was pulled in. I do appreciate that the judge said that he found her credible. It's just that she is not necessary for this particular case. And what she has to offer is not relevant for this case. So I think the judge made the right decision at the right time. And we don't want any problems at the end that could potentially come back and be problematic later, depending on what the decision is.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Joanna, because you heard there at the end, even Kevin Reddington making his formal objection. And
All right, I'm back. I had to share with my dog, even though I just got very little cheese for myself. So they're not live. I'm watching the screen below me. But and Miss Priss, if you were snarky, I didn't see it. And I typically don't read snark. I have a very, very, very tremendously thick skin. I mean, literally almost nothing bothers me. So Mama 23, 1,000 joules. Kale Smith, 1,000 joules. Loves, thank you. 250. Simply Auntie, thank you. Sarah and Aggie, love the joules. Love the joules. DK, member for 15 months, says, I'm dual language. I speak DD and Cupcake. Thanks for your coverage. I've been swapping back and forth since the beginning. Really enjoying Bob's recaps at night. Yeah. Yeah. Bob's great. More joules. KR77 Ryan and Rexy. Just a girl from the 6. Been very prevalent in supers the whole trial. Allie got to meet Bob and had a great convo with Dr. Z during a break. So glad you're shining a light. Oh, that's awesome. Wait, do I know this? Who did he introduce me to yesterday and he gave the screen name? Maybe I don't know this, but glad you got to do that. He's wonderful. Coffee and Chaos says, great job covering this important case. I'm 57 years old and my late mother was schizophrenic. My heart breaks for Lindsay. My mom's illness always got worse after the birth of her children. Wow, that's rough. I'm really, really sorry for that, for you. And thank you for sharing and for your generosity. Scarlet Mantis, totally understand the kid drop-off. I have 5 of my own. The kiddos growing up and spreading of the wings is hard. To all the mommies, hang in there. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I think I'm live through those. Oh, got a bunch more jewels. We got KK Non and Sweet Lou and Amba. And I like your dog more. No one likes my dog more than me in this house. Well, I guess all the people in this house, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Pose Raven, Mama Nika, and Genergy. Like what you did there. All the rules. All right, let's see. All right. Let me make sure the volume's on. No, it's not. Okay. All right. Should be any minute. I mean, I figure they must put up this screen when it gets close. So I don't know. I didn't read your guys' chats just to bring it back to that cheese, since it's literally my that's my snack. I'm either, unless I'm making something, it's like, I better heat up some meatballs or I'm eating mozzarella cheese, And the consistency was there. Didn't necessarily taste bad, but it actually didn't taste good. So I guess I just answered my own question. Just go back and get more cheese. Go back to the market. Hey, babe, can you stop at the market for me? Oh, no. He's in Plymouth. He can't. He's in Plymouth. All right. It's going to be exciting. Thanks, guys. Dog Mom, Mama G, and generally speaking, like what you did there. And Annette. I've actually gotten through all the supers and all the stickers and all the jewels, which just, you know. All right, Dr. Spinelli, the psychiatrist. And realized I was muted. Something wrong with the state flag and seal. You guys are noticing more than me. I better put myself small again, or I'll forget.
All rise, please. You're entering.
Yeah. I mean, my dog loves all cheese. Thanks, C. Donnelly. 1,000 jewels. And Danielle. And
Court back in
Joel.
session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for purpose of the record, we'll return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the 18 jurors.
All right.
Everybody subscribe. It'll be a happy day.
Everyone,
All 7,000.
thank you for your patience. And I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right.
Oh,
Due to an unforeseen circumstance, we're going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. All right.
what?
This is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it against either side. It's just
I'm like, what's happening, Dave?
something that we have to deal with. All right. And so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. I'm going to remind you, as I have every
Wait,
night
I move this.
for the last
Let's see his face.
number of weeks, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk about it. Don't read anything. Don't watch anything about this case or similar cases. And with that, we'll bring you back here. We will deal what we have to deal with, and we'll get right back on track. We are still well within the timeline that I gave you regarding this case. But that's just something we can't control. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow with my thanks for your patience. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
All rise, please.
I can't tell. It seemed like Reddington looked heavy, but it could just be like he doesn't want the day to be over. Is he cleaning up? He's putting on his glasses. Or are those his sunglasses? Oh, he's picking up his keys. He's going. He's out. I thought they might argue something, but looks like no. He's got all his shit ready to go. Cup in hand, glasses on.
All right. Maybe we can be seated.
Oh, wait. There is something going on.
Anything we need to
Oh,
address
no,
before
there's not.
tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
I just was trying to ignore all the social cues that I was noting and still hoping something was going to happen. And they're out. And they're out. All right. Well, damn it, people. What in the actual? I just can't. I just can't. Oh yeah, we're all speculating, but it might have nothing to do with this. Something might have happened to the witness, or something came up the judge has to do. Bob will find out. So don't forget to subscribe and hit that notifications. I did text Bob. So we'll see what he's got to say. But he's gonna go live tonight, and I'm going to tell him to turn it into the members only, which we were supposed to be doing. And I know yesterday, because he went to the Red Sox game, like he couldn't, but so we'll that's not Bob texting. So we'll have the regular public live, and then it will roll over into a members only live for additional question and answers. Bob's will answer questions and give all the intel on the public live, and then just a little extra TLC for all of our new and old members. Also, don't forget about the mental health support group. I'll put the link in here because apparently it's been really hard to find. Those of you who are suffering with mental health and looking for support, we got your back. There are questions you have to ask to get in, because we cannot just allow everybody in, because we're like promising a safe space. So the vetting is hard. I mean, not super hard, but yeah, today ended. Wait, let me take down this. Damn it. Wait. Yeah, day is done. Oh, let me get this off the screen altogether. The day is done. The day is done. So that is that. That is that. But let me see if I got what you guys got for new questions. Gerald Saucier says, late to the party, it disgusts me how the prosecutors minimize mental health coming from someone who works in the field in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Be better. Yeah, be better. Be better. Steph Marshall says, hi, Allie. Love watching you and Bob. Know your channel from Mel. Love Mel too. Everybody loves Mel. We got a ton of cupcakes here. Hi to all the cupcakes. I can't, you guys know I hate looking at myself on the big screen. And then I just think about how there's people at home on their televisions, and I literally want to die. Literally want to die. So I'm glad to hear that. We love Mel over here. We love the cupcakes over here. So yeah. C. Donnelly, thank you. I think so. I put that one up. Maybe I didn't miss one. Did those. And more jewels from Daniel Rodriguez and Heather, and more from Daniel Rodriguez, an 18-wheeler. And Kevin Reddington. And look at this. More new members. I mean, I just can't be more happy. Stacy Q, Crazy Busy Mom, Mattis. Wait, can I speak? Madison C, Kitty on the Beach. Welcome, welcome. And as my husband likes to say, family hugs. More Jules, my 3 sons, and more members. What is happening? Huckleberry, TXRN, Linda and Kennedy, J Mama, the Katie. Love it, you guys. Love it. Jen Fox with the jewels, Debbie with the jewels. So if you guys were here just on the lunch break, Bob tells me he spoke to Kevin and I'm not going to like the answer, which means he's right. In his professional opinion, he'll probably do no damn good, and he'll handle that shit on closing. But as many of you out there, I'm bloodthirsty, and I still wanted oh, it's the dog. I was like, there's no one in the house but me. What's happening? He's like rolling around on the floor. I mean, I lie. My father-in-law's here, but he's literally still asleep. Like he's old and it's hard. Gotta sleep. So don't forget. Oh my goodness, more new members. Rini and Wave. Thanks, Debbie, for the jewels. And Alabama. And then make May Cronin gifted 5 memberships. So thank you for that generosity and welcome to all those. My 3 sons, I thought I said that, but maybe I read as super. Welcome, welcome. Family hugs to all. Oh, there you go. Melissa giving you guys the family hugs. Be our best Jess and me Coast BB. Welcome, family hugs to you. Hannah H says, love following your lives as much as someone who has PTSD and struggled with SI. Your discussions are like a breath of fresh air. Watching from Liverpool, UK. Well, that really makes me feel good, you know, and it's great. It's really great, this community. MS Coast BB, what are you doing, dog? And Bethy, new members, welcome. Family hugs. Jen and Raul B. Come here. What's wrong with you? Thanks for the jewels. So I think I put the link in there. If you guys didn't see it, I'm going to do it again. That's the mental health support group. It's on Facebook. Castle Youngman, new member. Same Sky Progress says, what level membership? Any level membership for the live tonight. Any level membership. So, and maybe we'll have Lauren Conlon with us. If you don't know who she is, you should. Who's also in the courtroom. That would be fun. If not, I'll be there. It was a short day anyway. I know I've kind of been bailing on Bob on the late night stuff because I'm like, you know, I did all day. It's your turn. But he's doing all day in the courthouse. So it's like, you know, I don't know. But thanks for being here with me. I will see you tomorrow. I will hopefully see you tonight. And I will just say, there is a lot of you out there on X. So many out there on X. And so many here in the YouTube. Just hit subscribe. It's free. It's free. And after this live, we will post this live as a video, ad-free for members. So we do no ads during the trial for y'all. So you don't have to sit through ads like in the middle of the trial. As soon as it ends, I turn those ads on. But we're creating a duplicate video, and it'll be under videos, ad-free for members. So if there's any part of this you want to come back and watch, and you're not, and you get ads, you won't have ads. And thanks again. Love you all. And without you, I don't know. I'd just be an old lady sitting around talking to myself. So I don't like saying that, though. Bye.